Just checking with Patsy Fryman. Patsy, is this Lillian again with you today? Yep, very good. Thank you. Waiting for Shady Got Low and Jimmy Jackpot for the qualifier, please. Shady Got Low, Jimmy Jackpot to the track, please. A reminder, copies of the track program are on sale. Talk to Linda Brown, who is immediately north of the judges' stand. Just come up the steps from the walkway and talk to Linda. She is positioned just north. That would be left as you face the racetrack. She is just north of the judges' stand. have had some of our racing fans ask about the availability of concessions. The Fry Guys Concessions food truck is positioned on the backstretch in the stable area. As far as the front stretch is concerned, where the grandstand is located, best bet would be if perhaps one of the concession stands located on the midway behind the grandstand might be open. And usually that depends on what other activities are taking place on the grounds. And I do know there is a rodeo today at the multi-purpose arena, which is a pretty good walk from behind the grandstand. But the best we can say, if you're on the grandstand side, your best bet is simply to take a little walk out behind the grandstand, up and down Grandstand Avenue. Check Vose Concessions. You'll see a big Pepsi sign that says VOSE, Vose Concessions. There are several other concession stands. Maybe they're open today, maybe not. No official word. But again, you can always hop in your car, zip around to the backstretch, and check in with the guys at Fry Guys Concession Food Truck. They are up and operating over on the backstretch in the stable area. Horses are on the track for the first qualifier, waiting for confirmation that the ambulance is on the grounds. It is en route. Last we heard it was approaching the fairgrounds, so as soon as we get the official word, we'll be good to go for the qualifier and get things started. Again, stand by. As soon as we have confirmation the ambulance is on the grounds, we will get the qualifier headed to the post. A reminder, scratch the 2. Brenda's Blazing Star number 2 is scratched from the qualifier. A couple of driver changes. Number 3, Genevieve's World. It'll be Stephen Halford II. Stephen Halford II drives number 3, Genevieve's World. And a driver change on the 5, Jimmy Jackpot. Travis Seekman. Travis Seekman drives the 5, Jimmy Jackpot. In the qualifier, number 1, Bad Girls and Ohio, sired 2-year-old filly. 3, Genevieve's World is Illinois bred. Number 4, Shady Got Low is Indiana sired. And the 5, Jimmy Jackpot, the lone trotter in the lineup, is an Indiana-sired 2-year-old. The heading says 2-year-old colts and geldings 204, the standard. However, if you check the condition sheets online at hawthorneracecourse.com, it actually says until July 1st, the qualifying standard is a clean charted line where a horse does not make a break. But as of July 1, there are standards that do take effect. For the 2-year-old pacers, it is 202. So number 1, Bad Girls, ideally speaking, a mile in 202 or faster would be great for her. For the older horses, like the 3 and the 4, Genevieve's World and Shady Got Low, 2 minutes flat is the standard for the Suburban Downs Summer Meet. Again, that is as of July 1st. And the 5, Jimmy Jackpot, for 2-year-old trotters, it is 204. There it is. Well, the good news is there must be concessions on the grandstand side, or Brian, did you get that from Fry Guys on the backstretch? Okay, Brian Kennedy, Dr. Kennedy, just came toting a sandwich and fries into the grandstand, but he tells us, indeed, he got it from Fry Guys over on the backstretch before he came to the grandstand. Okay, the qualifiers headed to the post. We have 3 pacers, 1 trotter. Number 1, Bad Girls, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle, Casey Leonard in the bike. 2, Brenda's Blazing Star, scratched. 3, Genevieve's World, owned by Michelle and Raymond Morgan of Springfield, trained by Michelle Morgan. The driver is Stephen Halford II. They are at the post, the gates rolling. 4, Shady Got Low, owned by Wayne Brown of Mason, Tennessee. He's the trainer. Cordarius Stewart is in the bike. And the lone trotter in the field, the 2-year-old, number 5, Jimmy Jackpot, owned by Glenn Bauman of Mulkeytown down in southern Illinois, owned also by Benita Simmons from right here in Springfield, the trainer Tom Simmons, Travis Seekman in the bike. At the post, gate is rolling. This is the non-purse qualifier. Following this race, we'll have our pre-race ceremonies, and we will start the stakes portion of the card. Here they come, qualifier. They are off and trotting and pacing. There goes Shady Got Low. Shady Got Low out for the lead. Genevieve's World has early speed. She's right there in the opening strides. And then Bad Girls is back toward the inside, away in the 3rd position. And Jimmy Jackpot is away in 4th as the field heads down into the 1st turn. Everybody settling against the inside rail as they head toward the quarter-mile mark. Shady Got Low has moved by and opens up on a 3-length lead. Genevieve's World goes 2nd by 2 lengths as they approach the quarter. Bad Girls is racing in 3rd, then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Jimmy Jackpot, who is last of the 4 as they race on by the quarter-mile mark and head for the back stretch. 34 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. 34 seconds. So a leisurely opening panel as Shady Got Low will show the way for the move up the back stretch and leads it by a length. Genevieve's World right behind the leader in 2nd by 2.5. And then Bad Girls is racing in 3rd before there's a gap of another 8 lengths as they race past the half to Jimmy Jackpot, who is on the trot and moving along comfortably but is 4th. So 101 for the half. 101 for the half. So the tempo picked up quite a bit in that 2nd quarter. They head on to the final turn. It is Shady Got Low who leads it by a length and a half and is followed by Genevieve's World in 2nd by 3. Bad Girls is 3rd, and then a gap of better than 10 lengths. In fact, it's 15 more lengths back to Jimmy Jackpot, who is still on the trot, though, and is 4th as they go on by the 3-quarter with Shady Got Low on top for Cordarius Stewart. 1:31 the time at the 3/4 mile mark. 1:31 was the time. They turned for home. 131 at the three-quarter. Yes, they turn for home, and here comes Genevieve's World up on the outside. Genevieve's World right alongside of Shady Got Low. It'll be one of these two to win the qualifier. Genevieve's World keeps moving and puts ahead in front just before the wire. It is Genevieve's World getting up to win it. Genevieve's World by a length on the line over Shady Got Low in second. Bad Girls was a close third, and then a gap of about 20 more lengths back to Jimmy Jackpot, who stayed on the trot all the way around across the line in fourth. Time for the mile, 2:01 flat. 2:01 flat, the time for the mile. Corrected opening quarter, 31 seconds. It was 31 seconds flat at the quarter, 1:01 at the half, three quarters in 1:31, the mile in 2:01 flat. Congratulations to the winning connections in the qualifier, a homebred for Michelle and Raymond Morgan of Springfield, trained by Michelle Morgan. Steve Halford II driving Genevieve's World, a daughter of World of Rock and Roll. The result is official for that first race. From the top, Bad Girls finished third. Brenda's Blazing Star was scratched. Genevieve's World, the winner. Shady Got Low, the runner-up. Jimmy Jackpot finished fourth. 31 seconds at the quarter, 1:01 at the half, three quarters in 1:31, the mile 2:01 flat, reads 3 scratch 1, 2 4. Horsemen come to the track with the first stakes race, the first division of the Violet for Illinois bred 3-year-old pacing fillies. Ladies and gentlemen, great to have you with us as we gather for a big day of Illinois bred stakes racing for purses of more than $200,000, getting ready to go with that first of our 9 straight stakes races to start the card. But first we ask that you would please rise as you are able for our national anthem. Thank you, one and all. Great to have you with us on the second day of summer, the fourth day of the Suburban Downs Summertime Downstate Meeting, and today's racing here at the world-famous 1-mile Illinois State Fairgrounds racetrack where so many world and state-bred records have been set over the years. We do welcome you on behalf of Suburban Downs and Hawthorne Racecourse. On behalf of Hawthorne President Tim Carey, Assistant General Manager and Director of Racing Jim Miller, our Racing Secretary is Robin Schatt. Good to have you with us, folks, as we get set to go racing. Just a few changes at this time for today's program. There are not a lot of changes to report, but we will pass along to you what is available at this time. First of all, a reminder, we do score 9 wide today, so post 10 will start from the second tier. We do score 9 wide, so post position 10 will start from the second tier. No changes to report in races 1, 2, or 3, but if you would turn to race 4, In race 4, the driver of the 5, Fox Valley Jesse, will be Kyle Houston. That's race 4, number 5, Fox Valley Jesse. Make the driver Kyle Houston. No changes in race 5, none to report in race 6. Race 7 is also clear. No changes in the 8th. In race 9, ninth race, a reminder that the driver of the 5 Shattered Dreams is Stanley Scott Banks. Ninth race, the 5 Shattered Dreams, that is Stanley Scott, S-C-O-T. Scott Banks, your driver. 10th race, driver of the 3 Senorita Mouse, Kyle Houston. That's the 10th race, number 3 Senorita Mouse, the driver Kyle Houston. No changes in race 11. Turning to race 12, in that 12th race, the driver of the 1, Joni B. Michael Cox. 12th race, number 1, Joni B. Michael Cox will be the driver. 13th and final race, scratch number 1, Lou Sangreal. That's in the 13th and final race, scratch number 1, Lou Sangreal, scratched because she is sick. Waiting for the first race, Hype Your Bestie Up, Feisty Val Time to Ride, Ms. Grant 24, TikTok TikTok, Fox Valley Sadie, Stevie May, Fox Valley Tessa, Sleazy Sister, and No Words Needed. A purse of $17,967 up for grabs in the first division of the Violet Stakes for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old pacing fillies. Our thanks to the Illinois Department of Agriculture, by the way, the administrator of the horse racing program for the great state of Illinois. And additional change is available in the third race. Third race, the driver of the 6, Nay's Rendezvous, Matt Avenatti. Again, that is in the third race. The driver of the 6, Nay's Rendezvous, Matt Avenatti. Horsemen come to the track with race 1. Once we have number 1, Hype Your Bestie up, we will be, Hype Your Bestie up is on the track. We're looking for the 4, Ms. Grant 24. There we go. And of course, both of those pacing fillies coming from the barn of Jamaica Patton, so we know he's busy back there trying to get everything going to start the day. First race, this first division of the Violet, you've got arguably 3 of the favorites are all fillies that like to be on the front end, that have good gate speed. Hype Your Bestie up, Ms. Grant 24, and Fox Valley Sadie. So the speed battle down into the first turn will be interesting, and to see which driver is confident enough to think that his filly can rate from off the pace could be a factor. And heck, big bulky field, any one of the 10 could end up getting their nose to the wire first. So competitive, good way to start the card today. The Violet Stakes dating to 1977. They have been held at various Chicago pari-mutuel tracks over the years. Same with the Cardinal. Dates back to 1977 as well. And of course, the reason we have races named the Violet and the Cardinal are because of the state flower and the state bird, respectively. Horses are on the track for the first purse race, the first division of the Violet, for Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing fillies, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Let's meet the starters. No changes in the first race. Number 1, Hype Your Bestie up, is owned by Cedric Daniels of Jackson, Mississippi, co-owned by trainer Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, Travis Siegman in the bike. 2, Feisty Val, owned by Adele Jeffers Everett of Flat Rock, trained by Kennedy Lindsay, Juan Franco, the driver. 3, Time to Ride, owned by Mark Fritz of Chicago, trained by Jim Eaton, Wyatt Avenatti, the driver. 4, Ms. Grant 24, owned by Tommy Lee Grant of Jackson, Mississippi, trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver, Cordarius Stewart. 5 is Tick Tock, Tick Tock, owned by Shem Racing LLC of Lincolnshire, trained by Irv Miller, and the driver is Atlee Bender. 6, Fox Valley Sadie, owned by Houston Racing LLC of Altamont, John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, David Brigham of Litchfield, Michigan, trained by Amy Houston, Kyle Houston driving. 7 is Stevie May, owned by Hugh and Susan Lacey of Joplin, Missouri, trained by Ray Hanna, the driver, Matt Avenatti. 8, Fox Valley Tessa, owned by Steve Searle of Grant Park, Brian Code of Bradford, James Nellinger of Peoria, Gretchen Barnett of San Diego, California, trained by Steve Searle. Kelsey Perryman is in the bike. 9, Sleazy Sister, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois, LLC of Marty Ingle of Northbrook, trained by Gary Rath, and Gary is the driver. And number 10, No Words Needed. A reminder, the 10 will start from the second tier, will follow out the number 1 horse. At number 10 is No Words Needed, owned by Terry Leonard of Harvard. He's also the trainer. Owned also by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan and Peter Kuchis of Palos Hills. The driver is Casey Leonard. Right off the bat, our meet leaders very early on for this summertime Suburban Downs meet are all represented in this first race. Amy Houston, the trainer of number 6, Fox Valley Sadie, 5 wins to lead all trainers thus far. Casey Leonard, who drives the 10, No Words Needed, he's got 10 wins to lead all drivers. And Lester Detweiler, the co-owner of number 10, No Words Needed, 4 wins to lead all owners very early on. This is just day 4 of a 28-day scheduled beat for the summer. At the post, gates rolling. Our starter Roy Fenn, Tim Becker at the wheel of the gate. We welcome those of you on site, and we welcome our friends joining us via the live stream, www.trotandpace.tv. Thanks to our sponsor, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. Here they come. Often pacing in the first division of the Violet, there goes Sleazy's sister from the far outside. Feisty Val is there toward the inside. Hype Your Bestie Up comes away and shows some speed as well as they head down into the first turn. Feisty Val and Time to Ride on her outside, and Hype Your Bestie Up is there to the inside. Hype Your Bestie Up has the lead by just a half length. As they swing around the turn, Feisty Val is second, no room at the rail for her. Time to Ride moves up a closer third as Tick Tock is against the rail. In fourth past the quarter-mile mark. Fox Valley Sadie against the rail toward the center of the pack, and she is in the fifth position. 27-2 for the opening quarter, 27 and 2/5 seconds. Further back, no words needed, racing along near the back of the pack in sixth. Ms. Grant 24 is buried in some traffic early on in seventh. Sleazy's sister left well, but she is eighth for the move up the back stretch and is followed by Stevie May in ninth, and Fox Valley Tessa is last of the 10. And here's Tick Tock out and moving up on the outside now past the half to challenge for the lead. 56-1 for the first half mile, 56-1. They slip past the draw gate. Tick Tock is right alongside of Hype Your Bestie Up, and here comes Fox Valley Sadie. She is moving into contention up on the outside. She has gone from fifth to fourth and challenging for third. Time to Ride is locked in on the rail, can't find racing room yet as Tick Tock made a bid for the lead, but is now dropping back as they swing around the final turn with Hype Your Bestie Up the leader. Off the three quarters. 1:23-2 was the time. 1:23 2/5. Hype Your Bestie Up has a 5-length lead moving into the final 8th mile. Fox Valley Sadie challenging Tick Tock and Time to Ride in a scramble for second. No words needed, fifth behind them. It is Hype Your Bestie Up with a late charge from Fox Valley Sadie. The wire is coming. Hype Your Bestie Up hangs on by a diminishing half length over Fox Valley Sadie to take the first purse race on the card, the opening division of the Violet for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Number 1, Hype Your Bestie Up by a half length. Time for the mile, 1 minute 52 and 2/5 seconds. 1:52-2. Number 1, Hype Your Bestie Up, the winner. We'll meet the winner in a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 2. Recapping the fractions in that first race today, it was 27-2 at the quarter, the half in 56 seconds, 3 quarters 1:23-2, the mile 1:52 and 2/5. Hype Your Bestie Up. A reminder, we will have winner circle ceremonies with a trackside winner circle photo. Our thanks once again to Patsy Fryman, our official photographer, and she is assisted by her granddaughter Lillian Alexander of Springfield. Our thanks to Tim Searle, as Tim will be driving the courtesy vehicle, the golf cart, offering rides from the backstretch. So winning connections, a reminder, just go to the draw gate after the race, and if you're connected to the winning horse, talk to Tim Searle. He'll make sure to get you to the winner's circle. Our winning trainer and co-owner, Jamaica Patton, he is stabled down toward the south end of the stable area, right at the exit of the south turn. So it will be just a moment, Patsy. Jamaica and the crew are en route. They will be here shortly. Tim Searle giving them a ride on the courtesy vehicle. He has gone down to the south end of the stable area to pick them up, and they will be here for the winner's circle. In fact, here they come now, just off the south turn and coming into the home stretch. So we'll have the winner's circle photo in just a moment. Hype Your Bestie Up is a 3-year-old filly by Some Star Somewhere out of Foolish Little Girl by Rich's Hanover, bred by Jimmy Walker of nearby Sherman. And this filly is owned by Cedric Daniels of Jackson, Mississippi, and by trainer Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, with Travis Seekman, your winning driver. This is a new lifetime record for Hype Your Bestie Up, better that a full second quicker than her previous best, 1:52 and 2/5. We talked about the fact that she had speed, and Travis Siekman took advantage of that inside starting spot to save the ground. And I think if you're a driver, that's part of the trade-off. This filly never really got a rest, but at least with that inside starting spot, she could save the ground around each turn. And that worked out just right, winning by about a half length. The winner of the first race on this big stakes day, how about a hand for number 1, Hype Your Bestie Up. There's the purple blanket with the white lettering and trim declaring 2024 Violet Champion. And a reminder to our winning connections today, post-race testing for the winners, for the winning horses. There is a testing area located near the racing office over on the back stretch. So just a reminder, winning connections, post-race testing for the winning horse from each race today. Hype Your Bestie Up, 1:52 and 2 to get things started on this big stakes day. We'll have the full field rundown next. That is 4 training wins on the meet so far for Jamaica Patton. That ties him for second, just 1 win behind Amy Husted, and that is 7 wins for driver Travis Siekman. That puts him in second place in the driver's standings. He is 3 back of Casey Leonard. Here's the full field rundown for that first race. It's official. Hype Your Bestie Up, the winner. Feisty Val finished 9. Time to Ride was 5. Ms. Grant 24 finished 7. Tick Tock finished 4. Fox Valley Sadie was the runner-up. Stevie May finished 10. Fox Valley Tessa was 6. Sleazy Sister finished 8. No Words Needed rallied to finish 3rd. 27 and 2 at the quarter, 56 seconds at the half, 3 quarters, 1:23 and 2/5. The time for the mile, 1:52 and 2. And it reads down 1:95, 7:42, 10:68, 3. Second race, second division of the Violet Stakes for 3-year-old Illinois-bred pacing fillies. Horsemen, you may come to the track. A reminder, number 10, Chickabel, will start from the second tier. That poses an interesting strategy situation for the reigning Illinois champion 2-year-old filly from 2023, because Chickabel will follow number 1, Gorgeous American. And Gorgeous American is not a filly who typically shows a lot of early speed. So we'll be curious to see how Kyle Husted adjusts and what he does strategy-wise, because he will not have the benefit of being in the front tier. He will have to start from the second tier, and he follows out a horse that, again, just based on most recent past performances, is not particularly quick away from the gate. Race 2 coming up. Our thanks to Greg and Julie Kane, who were kind enough to bring complimentary Gatorade and water for the men and women of the. It is available near the racing office, so Greg and Julie Kane, thank you for that. Just chatting with our officials here in the judges stand, and they pulled me aside. They were bringing me up to speed. The benefit for Kyle Houston, starting from that second tier, is nobody else is in the second tier with him. So our judges pulled me aside and said, hey, just a reminder, if there would be more than one horse in the second tier, they've got to stay in place. When there's only one trailer in the second tier, the driver has the liberty to move and go wherever he wants for the start. So that does make things a little more interesting as far as you look at horses like Big Flicka, number 3, that usually has good gate speed. UC Annie showed gate speed in her last start. Fine and Dandy in her last start. So Kyle will have some options at his disposal. The other thing to consider is this. We talked to Kyle's wife, Amy, and she said the other advantage is Kyle works with these horses on a day-to-day basis, and you know the horse and know what that specific horse is capable of doing and what that specific horse is not capable of doing. And the Houston barn tells us Chickabel is very handy. Amy says she's versatile. You can start her up and you can shut her down very easily. And as we all know, not every horse can do that. A lot of horses, once you fire them up and get going, you better keep rolling, because once you shut them down, it's over. So the versatility of Chickabel, and we mention all this because she is the reigning Illinois champion. That's why we're focusing on her. It's her first purse start of her 3-year-old campaign. So Kyle can kind of float around and decide where he wants to go in that second tier for the start. And then he will try to rely on that filly's athleticism and versatility. See what happens. Horses are on the track. Race 2, second division of the Violet, Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing fillies, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. No scratches, no driver changes. Number 1, Gorgeous American, owned by Jacob Radel of Edgewood, trained by Cornelius Cabot. Jordan Patton in the bike. 2, Gershwin, owned by Adele Jeffers Everett of Flat Rock, trained by Kennedy Lindsay. Juan Franco is up. 3, Big Flicka, owned by Nan Turner of Argenta, trained by John Fletcher, driver Wyatt Avenetti. 4, Amy Moose, owned by Alan Beals of Hoffman Estates, trained by Dane May. Matt Avenetti, your driver. 5, UC Annie, owned by D. Phillips of Athens. Jamaica Patton of Rochester, trained by Jamaica Patton. Michael Cox will drive. 6, Fine and Dandy, owned by Barbara Wilfong of Kentland, Indiana. Brett and Candace Wilfong of Pendleton, Indiana, trained by Brett Wilfong. Travis Siegman will drive. 7 is Fox Valley Tatum, owned by Steve Searle of Grant Park. Brian Code of Bradford. James Nellinger of Peoria. Gretchen Barnett of San Diego, California, trained by Steve Searle. Atlee Bender will drive. 8 is Platinum Shark, owned by Darren Turnier of Liberty, by Michelle Blackburn of Springfield. Josh Carter of Williamsville, trained by Mike Brink. The driver is Casey Leonard. 9 is Fox Valley Tasha, owned by Kevin and Alan Miller of Arthur. Brian Lohman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller. Cordarius Stewart, your driver. And 10 is Chickabell, the returning Illinois champion, owned by Houston Racing of Altamont. Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, and also owned by Michael Argilla of Deltona, Florida. Kyle Houston, the driver. Amy Houston, the trainer. They are at the post. Gates rolling. Race 2. Good to have you with us for the second day of summer here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds, Suburban Downs. Big Flicka several lengths off the gate. And as a result, Chickabell moves right up into position as they head for the first turn and is quick from the gate to move up and challenge for the lead. After Big Flicka was several lengths off the gate, Chickabell took advantage, looped around her, went for the lead, got to the top, but now relinquishes the lead to Amy Moose, who slides over to the rail in front by a length. Amy Moose leads it, and Chickabell is racing in second position, followed by UC Annie, who is racing third past the quarter. Fine and Dandy travels in fourth. Fox Valley Tasha is fifth. 27-1 was the time for the opening quarter, 27 1/5 seconds. And then Gorgeous American, who is back in the sixth position. Platinum Shark is traveling in seventh. And there goes Big Flicka, starting to move now from the back of the pack, moves up 2 positions from 8th. Fox Valley Tatum will move in the outer flow behind her from 9th, and Gershwin is 10th and last as the field races on by the half-mile mark. 55-4 the time at the half, 55-4, and here is Fox Valley Tasha up to take the lead. Fox Valley Tasha takes over. Fine and Dandy moves up from behind her to challenge for second. Amy Moose is still there with that second spot, though, and will save the ground along the rail around the final turn, so don't count her out just yet. Chickabell is fourth against the rail. She is still 5 lengths from the front as they round the turn. Big Flicka is fifth. Fox Valley Tatum broke stride and drops out to the back of the pack as they turn for home. 1:24 the time at the 3/4, 1:24. Top of the lane. It is Amy Moose to the inside and Fox Valley Tasha there to the outside. Chickabell is still third. She's moving up second. She's going to come late from between horses, but in the meantime, Amy Moose has given this field the slip. Amy Moose pounced with the lead and drew off as they turned for home, and that was the winning move by driver Matt Avenetti. Amy Moose wins it by 3 lengths on the line. Chickabell had to settle for second. Fox Valley Tasha was third, and Fine and Dandy was fourth. But what a heads-up decision by Matt Avenetti. Had the lead, was aware of the fact there was a lot of traffic behind him, may or may not have known exactly where the favorite, arguably the favorite Chickabell was, but all Matt knew was anybody behind me, they've got to deal with traffic. Wham! Put the hammer down, let's go. And that filly, Amy Moose, opened up by about 3 lengths in the blink of an eye off the far turn, and that made the difference. Time for the mile. 1:53 flat, 1 minute 53 flat, Amy Moose. They are at the Heads-up decision by Matt. They are at the post, gates rolling, race 2. Good to have you with us for the second day of summer here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds Suburban Downs. Big Flicka several lengths off the gate. And as a result, Chickabell moves right up. Good to have you with us for the second day of summer here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds Suburban Downs. Big Flicka several lengths off the gate. Amy Moose bred by Fox Valley Standardbreds and the Jimmy and Tracy Walker stable of Sherman. So back-to-back wins for breeder Jimmy Walker. There's trainer Dane May at the head of this filly, walking her into the winner's circle. Grew up in a harness racing family in Newton. His father, Don May, was a leading Illinois trainer for many, many years. This filly turned some heads at the DuQuoin State Fairgrounds last week with a win in 154-1, and then she comes here today and captures her division of the Violet. 153 flat. How about a hand for number 4, Amy Moose? And again, this sport is not for the faint of heart, and if you're Matt Avenatti, you've already got the lead. But he never stopped thinking, and when they turned for home, he realized this is a big field, a bulky field. There's a lot of traffic behind me. I'm just going to let this filly roll on out at the top of the stretch and let her open up. And while everybody else was dealing with traffic, this filly was on her way to the winner's circle. Amy Moose, race 2. Stewart's inquiry continues, focusing on the start for number 10, Chickabell. Horsemen, in the meantime, you may come to the track with the third race, the third division of the Violet for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Driver of the Six Nays Rendezvous, Matt Avenatti. Six Nays Rendezvous, Matt Avenatti, the driver. The stewards have completed their inquiry, and in today's second race, there has been a disqualification of number 10, Chickabel, who finished second but is disqualified and placed 10th. The reason being that according to the rule book, a horse starting in the second tier, while the lone horse in the second tier, as we mentioned, does have the liberty, the driver is at liberty to move left or right in that second tier, that horse cannot take a spot in the first tier. So what had happened was when number 3, Big Flicka, was several lengths off the gate, the 10, Chickabel, moved up into the front tier in violation of the rule book. So Chickabel, who finished second, disqualified and placed 10th. Here's the entire order of finish from the top of the page. Gorgeous American finished 8, placed 7. Gershwin finished 10, placed 9. Big Flicka finished 7, placed 6. Amy Moose, the winner. UC Annie finished 6, placed 5. Fine and Dandy finished 4, placed 3. Fox Valley Tatum, who finished 9, is placed 8. Platinum Shark, who finished 5, is placed 4. Fox Valley Tasha finished 3rd, placed 2nd. And Chickabel, who finished 2nd, was disqualified and placed 10th. The quarter in 27 and 1, the half in 55 and 4, 3 quarters 124, and the mile in 153. With the placing, it reads 796, 153, 842, 10. Third race coming up. Waiting for the 5, Illini Bell. Horses are on the track. Race 3, the third division of the Violet, Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacing filly, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. A reminder, the 6 Nays Rendezvous. The driver is Matt Avenatti. Number 1, Cupid's Revenge, owned by Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Jim Eaton of Crete, Illinois. Mary Van Boven of Canton, Michigan. Daryl Wisniewski of Willowbrook, Illinois. Trained by Jim Eaton. Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 2, Dandy's Ms. Swifty, owned by Terry Leonard of Harvard. He's the trainer. Owned by Dandy Farms Racing of Glenview of Jeff Davis. Owned by Peter Kuchis of Palos Hills. And by FT Racing Stable of Frank Tatuli of Glenview. The driver, Casey Leonard. 3, First of Her Name, owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stables Incorporated of Chicago, trained by Nelson Willis, Juan Franco on the bike. 4 is Fox Valley Riva, owned by Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver, Atlee Bender. 5 is Illini Bell, owned by the Irvin Miller Stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania. Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna, Florida. The Engel Stable of Illinois of Marty Engel of Northbrook, trained by Irv Miller. Cordarius Stewart will drive. 6 Nays Rendezvous, owned by Debbie Benjamin Wolf of Riverton. Jeffrey Wolf of Riverton, trained by Dossie Miner. The driver is Matt Avenatti. They are at the post. 7 Fox Valley August, owned by Bridget Williams of Clinton, Mississippi, trained by Kelsey Perryman. Kelsey in the bike. 8 Adelicia, owned by Ron Phillips of Athens. Jamaica Patton of Rochester. Ryan Speary of Springfield, trained by Jamaica Patton. Travis Siekman is the driver. And 9 Feng Shui Prosperity, owned by Connie Rowland of Grinnell, Iowa. Dwayne Rowland, the trainer and the driver. At the post, gates rolling. Third race. The Violet was made the state flower of Illinois following a vote by school children in 1907. They picked the Violet over the Wild Rose and over the Goldenrod. Those of us who have allergies appreciate the fact the kids did not pick Goldenrod. Here they come for the third division of the Violet 3-year-old pacing fillies. Illini Bell off stride. Illini Bell on a break. That changes the complexion of this race, as she was among the favorites here in this third event. There goes Feng Shui Prosperity, boiling out for the lead. Feng Shui Prosperity, far outside starting spot, clears all the inside traffic and gets to the lead as they move on to the first turn. First of Her Name will be right behind the leader now in second position. Fox Valley August goes third up on the outside, around Dandy's Ms. Swifty, who's back toward the inside, in fourth. Cupid's Revenge is in fifth. Fox Valley Riva is racing in sixth. Nays Rendezvous is seventh. 27-1 for the opening quarter. 27 1/5 seconds. Adelicia is in eighth, and Illini Bell has caught up with the field, but she is ninth and last, and she's racing about a dozen lengths off the lead after 3/8 of a mile. Up at the front of the field, First of Her Name has made the top, but how long will she have the lead is the question. Fox Valley August is out and driving as they go on by the half. So Fox Valley August right alongside of First of Her Name as they race past the half-mile mark, and they continue matching strides. 56-1 was the time for the first half mile. 56 1/5 seconds. It is Fox Valley August from the outside, First of Her Name from the inside. A gap of 2 more lengths. Dandy's Ms. Swifty is moving up in third to the outside around the far turn. Feng Shui Prosperity, after that quick start, has now lost ground back into fifth. Fox Valley Riva moves by her and takes fourth, but she is nearly 9 lengths from the lead. 1:24 the time of the 3/4, 1:24. First of Her Name opens up on the lead. She has disposed of Fox Valley August, who is still second, but now 3-4 lengths separate the top two, followed by Fox Valley Riva. Now Riva's coming fast on the outside. It is First of Her Name with the lead. Fox Valley Riva is closing with every stride. Down to the wire. Late charge from Adelicia. Fox Valley Riva, grandstand side, gets up for Atlee Bender to win it from the center of the racetrack by just over a length on the line. Fox Valley Riva, your winner. Time for the mile, 1 minute 53 3/5 seconds, 1:53 3. Recapping the fractions from race 3, it was 27-1 at the quarter, 56-1 at the half, 3 quarters at 1:24. The time for the mile, 1 minute 53 and 3/5 seconds. They picked the Violet. Followed by Fox. Courtesy vehicle is on the way from the backstretch, coming into the home stretch now with our winning connections as Fox Valley Riva scores in 1:53 and 3 for a new lifetime record. Into the winner's circle, how about a hand for the winner of race 3, Fox Valley Riva. Fox Valley Riva, owned by Lester Detweiler, who leads all owners for this summertime Suburban Downs meeting. That is win number 5 for Lester as owner, 3rd win for breeder Lauren Dale Yoder of Iowa, 3 straight wins by offspring of Some Star Somewhere to start the day. Kevin Miller, with that win, moves into a tie atop the trainer standings with Amy Husted, 5 wins apiece so far for this Suburban Downs summer meet. And Atlee Bender with the winning drive. New lifetime record, 1:53 and 3 for Fox Valley Riva. Here's the full field rundown for that 3rd race. It is official from the top of the page. Cupid's Revenge finished 7. Dandy's Ms. Swifty 4. First of her name finished 3. Fox Valley Riva was the winner. Illini Bell finished 9. Nay's Rendezvous 6. Fox Valley August 5. Adelicia finished 2. And Feng Shui Prosperity was 8. The quarter 27-1. The half in 56-1. 3 quarters in 1:24. And the mile 1:53 and 3. Reads down 743-196-528. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 4, the first division of the Violet for Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotting fillies. A reminder, the driver of the 5, Fox Valley Jesse, Kyle Husted. Number 5, Fox Valley Jesse, the driver, Kyle Husted. They picked the Violet.
Don Holden here with Trot and Pace Marketing. Just to recap the placings on race 2, since we did not have them on our graphics before we had to move on to race 3. Top down, it was 8, placed 7th, 10th, placed 9th, 7th, placed 6th, 1st, 6th, placed 5th, 4th, placed 3rd, 9, placed 8th, 5th, placed 4th, 3rd, placed 2nd, and disqualified, therefore placed 10th. Again, that is for the second race. You are currently watching the replay for the third race.
Again, horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 4. As the field begins coming to the track for today's fourth race, we visited earlier today with some trainers about the role of the blacksmith and the importance of having a good farrier, a good horseshoer. And one trainer explained it to us by saying, sometimes it's almost like you take for granted that the blacksmith is almost like a referee at a ball game. They do their job, but they're kind of in the background. If they do it right, people just assume or bank on the fact that, you're going to count on them to do a good job shoeing the horse. But one trainer said, to be specific, a good blacksmith is as important as anything for several reasons. Making sure the horse's feet are strong and healthy, their angles are accurate so they travel correctly and don't interfere. Feet are the foundation of a horse. Sore feet lead to many more problems. So, to those of you who are farriers, those of you in the blacksmith community, keep up the good work. Reigning Illinois champion Whiskey Lou passing the grandstand, number 4, with Casey Leonard in the bike. Hoping to use the Violet as the first step of her 3-year-old campaign toward a possible repeat championship, but a lot of ground to be covered between now and the end of the season for sure. Horses are on the track for race 4, the Violet Stakes, for Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotting filly, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Our thanks to Director Jerry Costello, to Tim Norman, Carrie Tiskus, and the entire staff at the IDOA. A purse $22,750 on the line here. A reminder, the driver of number 5, Fox Valley Jesse, is Kyle Houston. Number 1 is Illini Isabella, owned by Hosea Williams of Chicago, trained by Stephen Halford II. Juan Franco is up. 2, Illini Diva, owned by Keith and Kevin Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, Brian Loman of Broadlands, trained by Kevin Miller, Cordarius Stewart in the bike. 3, Fox Valley Tegan, owned by the Irvin Miller Stable Incorporated of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irv and Heidi Miller, owned by the Ingle Stable of Illinois, LLC of Marty Ingle of Northbrook. Irv Miller trains and Atlee Bender drives. Number 4 is Whiskey Lou, owned by Randy Wilt of Savannah, Missouri, Kurt Grummel, the trainer, and Casey Leonard, the driver. 5 is Fox Valley Jesse, owned by Sherry Boldovich of Lakewood, Colorado, Jamaica Patton of Rochester, Illinois, Linda Allhands of Monticello, Illinois, trained by Jamaica Patton, the driver. Contrary to the program is Kyle Houston. 6, GJ Lindegret, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, Darla Martin Loman of Effingham, Darla, the trainer and the driver. 7, Dandy's Girl, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath of Marengo, trained and driven by Gary Rath. And Nate Honolulu, owned by Steve Searle of Grant Park. He's the trainer, owned also by Brian Code of Bradford, James Nellinger of Peoria. The driver is Travis Seekman, getting ready to head to the gate for race 4. Headed to the starting for the 4th race. Good to have you with us on a Friday afternoon, Suburban Downs at Springfield. Received a text message from someone who makes his living in the field of agriculture, and he was watching the live stream and overheard the discussion about the state flower and how the Violet won on a ballot in 1907 over the Wild Rose and the Goldenrod. And this gentleman told us, he said, goldenrod is not a flower, it's a weed. And we were discussing goldenrod. It's amazing it even made it onto the ballot, maybe just because of its prevalence across the great state of Illinois. But the Violet was approved through a vote by Illinois school children in 1907, and a resolution was passed and signed by the governor of Illinois in February of 1908. So it's been the official state flower well over 100 years. Top of the stretch, here they come, 4th race, a division of the Violet for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Here they come. They are off and trotting. There goes Fox Valley Jesse. From between horses, out for the early lead, G.J. Lindegrit is there up on the outside. As that field thunders into the first turn, Whiskey Lou comes away racing in the third position after the opening eighth of a mile. The shuffle continues up front. Fox Valley Jesse, 3 wide and moving up for the lead out the center of the track. G.J. Lindegrit, 4 wide, now 3 wide, moving to the outside of Whiskey Lou. So Fox Valley Jesse leads. Whiskey Lou's right behind her against the rail in second. G.J. Lindegrit is parked third, moves around the outside of Fox Valley Tegan fourth. Illini Isabella is racing in fifth. 28-4 was the time for the opening quarter. G.J. Lindegrit now takes over, and here comes the champ, Whiskey Lou, out and driving from second around Fox Valley Jesse in third. Fox Valley Tegan is in fourth. Illini Isabella is racing in fifth. And then Illini Diva is back in the sixth position. There goes Honolulu, moving from seventh and last, moves up one spot around Dandy's Girl, who trails as they go on by the half. G.J. Lindegrit, the leader. 57 seconds was the time for the first half mile, 57 flat. To the north turn they go. G.J. Lindegrit leading Whiskey Lou, and here comes Whiskey Lou now. Whiskey Lou mounts a challenge to the outside. Fox Valley Jesse will try to move behind her. She is in the third position. Whiskey Lou is the new leader. Whiskey Lou takes over midway on the final turn and quickly opens up 2-3 lengths to the good. Fox Valley Jesse goes to second position, and Fox Valley Tegan is moving up into third behind her. 126-1, the time of the three quarters, 126-1. Whiskey Lou, a 7-length lead as they turn for home, as Fox Valley Tegan has moved past some traffic into the second position, but still well behind Whiskey Lou. Whiskey Lou, the lead was 7, it's down to 5, it's down to 4, but the wire's coming, and Whiskey Lou will win it. Whiskey Lou to take her division of the Violet by a diminishing 2 lengths. Fox Valley Tegan was home second. Illini Diva rallied up between horses third. Close for fourth, either Fox Valley Jesse or Honolulu for that fourth spot. Time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. 1:54 and 3. Whiskey Lou knocking nearly 4 full seconds off her career best. Big thanks to our track conditioning crew, our grounds crew, everybody on the staff, for State Fair Manager Rebecca Clark. Recapping the fractions in race 4, 28-4 at the quarter, 57 flat at the half. 3 quarters, 126-1, the time for the mile, 1:54-3. Whiskey Lou, the winner. We'll meet the winner in just a moment. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 5. Our thanks to our own Tim Searle, who has been operating the courtesy vehicle from the backstretch and also assisting with the presentations in the winner's circle for the stakes races here today. Big day of racing, over $200,000 in stakes money up for grabs. Our thanks again to the Illinois Department of Agriculture, the presenting sponsor of the Violet Stakes here today. and also the Cardinal Stakes coming up later in the card. That is 11 wins so far on the Suburban Downs Summer Meet for Casey Leonard to lead all drivers. Randy Wilt, 3 wins as owner and breeder. He's from Savannah, Missouri. And Kurt Grummel with 3 wins as trainer on the meet. Whiskey Lou actually won the Illinois State Fair 2-year-old filly trot last year. It just didn't happen on this racetrack. As you'll recall, the championship finals got rained out and they were reassigned to Hawthorne Racecourse in September. So Whiskey Lou made the trip up to Hawthorne and won the Illinois State Fair 2-year-old filly trot at Hawthorne as part of her championship campaign when she was no worse than second in 8 starts last season. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for number 4, Whiskey Lou? Whiskey Lou is a 3-year-old filly by the reigning Illinois Trotting Stallion of the Year. Lou's Legacy out of Wisk Hanover by Cantab Hall. And again, the time for the mile, 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. Lou's Legacy has already sired the winners of 8 races at this Suburban Downs meet. Some Star Somewhere leads all pacing sires, having sired the winners of 8 races as well. Illini Isabella finished 8, Illini Diva 3, Fox Valley winner, Fox Valley Jessie finished 4, GJ Linda Grit 6, Dandy's Girl 7, Honolulu 5. The quarter 28 and 4, the half in 57, 3 quarters 126 and 1, and the time for the mile 1 minute 54 and 3/5 seconds. Reads down 8:32, 1:46.75. Race 5 is on the way. A division of the Violet Stakes for 3-year-old Illinois-bred trotting fillies. No scratches, no driver changes in race 5.
Down with Trot and Pace here. This is, ignore the graphics right now, this is race 2 once again. I've been asked to show one more time the replay of the start of race 2. Again, this is the race 2 replay. We will have the race 4 replay shortly. Okay, and now we will have the race 4 replay right here.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Horses are on the track for Race 5, a division of the Violet Stakes, for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old trotting fillies for a purse of $22,750, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. No scratches, no driver changes. Number 1, Scorecard Lil Red, owned by Green Acres LLC of Beecher, Illinois, of Greg Kane, owned by Mike Klimas of Oak Lawn, trained by Greg Kane, the driver Juan Franco. 2, Lose Amazon, owned by the Flacco Family Farms LLC of Alexis, trained by Steve Searle, Casey Leonard in the bike. 3, Calypso Moon, owned by Dr. Patrick Graham of Lockridge, Iowa, trained and driven by Kurt Grumble. 4 is Alibaba, owned by Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Dave Brown of Harrisburg, Illinois, trained by Jim Eaton, the driver Wyatt Avenetti. 5 is Zora Moon, owned and trained by Charles Arthur of Terry, Mississippi, owned also by Marvin Chandler of Terry, Mississippi, and the driver Cornelius Cabot. 6, True Fortune, owned by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee, trained by Leroy Hunt, the driver Kyle Houston. 7, Peekaboo Sal, owned by the All Right Racing LLC of Morton, Illinois, of Bill and Maddie Wright and Craig and Jordan Wright, trained by Steve Searle. Travis Seekman is the driver. Number 8, Stand By Your Man, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield. He's the trainer and the driver. Owned also by Mark Brown of Chatham, Jeffrey Clausen of Macomb, and Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis. Downstate Classic winners Alibaba and Peekaboo Sal in the lineup, and last year's Night of Champions winner for this division, Stand By Your Man. A field of 8 getting ready to head to the post here in race 5. Our friends from Trot and Pace Marketing with us today, providing the live stream. And again, welcome not only to those of you watching on site here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds for Suburban Downs Racing, but also who join us through Trot and Pace Marketing online. Good to have all of you on board today. And we just talked to technician Don from the Trot and Pace company, and he tells us that today is a record number of viewers since Trot and Pace began coming to Illinois last season to cover these Suburban Downs downstate races. So that's great news. Good to have all of our race fans who are joining us here today. And again, you can find Trot and Pace Marketing online, www.trotandpace.tv. And thanks also to our sponsor, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association, helping make this arrangement possible. One of the folks who is joining us online is the co-owner of Peekaboo Sal, and that is Craig Wright, who has made the trip out to Arizona to visit family. And he messaged earlier, said he is sitting poolside getting ready to cheer for Peekaboo Sal from long distance range out in the southwestern United States. Right now the field is headed over to the north turn, getting ready for race 5. More viewers today on Trot and Pace than they have ever had, with the exception of Jug Day in Ohio and Jugette Day. Is that correct, Don? Yes, with the exception of Little Brown Jug Day and Jugette Day at the Delaware County Fair. Most viewers that Trot and Pace has ever had for one of their live streams, so that is fantastic news. Don't forget, they will have the live stream coming up on Saturday, August 31st, of the Land of Lincoln sale at Sherman. Scorecard Lil Red making only a second career start today, and this is a filly who is a little bit awestruck right now maybe by the surroundings here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. And we saw her over on the backstretch a moment ago. She had planted her feet, then she started to back up a few steps. And that is the reason that we have not yet gone to the gate with this field. But Scorecard Lil Red, with some gentle coaxing from a very patient Juan Franco, and he gets it. Second career start, coming off a win in her career debut at Hoosier Park. So, as the horsemen tell us, these aren't machines, folks. These are living, breathing creatures with a mind of their own. Sometimes the rest of us who don't train horses or drive horses forget that. Always a good reminder. And right now they are headed to the gate for race 5. Starter Roy Finn calls for the field for race 5. If you did not take time to go to the farmers market over there just off the first turn after the races yesterday, you cheated yourself. And just keep in mind, they do a farmers market here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds featuring Illinois homegrown products every Thursday throughout the summer. There was a family farm from Brussels, Illinois, that was represented at the gathering yesterday, and they had some fantastic homegrown products, including blueberries and homegrown green beans. Every Thursday, right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Right now, here they come, race 5, a division of the Violet, sophomore trotting fillies. Stand by your man, about 5 lengths off the gate as they come down for the start. They are off and trotting. There goes True Fortune. True Fortune from the outside goes out for the early lead. Alibaba there between horses. Calypso Moon is up close in the opening strides down toward the inside. Peekaboo Sal comes away racing in fourth on the extreme outside as they enter the first turn. True Fortune moves up 3 wide, double wide, now gets the lead, and Peekaboo Sal is on the move right behind her. True Fortune gets to the rail before the quarter, leads it by a half length. Peekaboo Sal moves up in second on her outside. Alibaba is third. Calypso Moon is racing in fourth, and Zora Moon is racing in fifth as they go on by at the quarter-mile mark. And here's Lose Amazon to the outside from sixth. As they move by the quarter and head onto the backstretch, checking further back in the field, there goes Scorecard Lil Red. She's moving from seventh. Stand by your man, a distant trailer after breaking stride near the quarter. Here comes Alibaba. Now, Alibaba's come off the rail, and she moves up with Lose Amazon on the move right behind her. As they go to the half, Alibaba has the lead. Lose Amazon goes to second on the outside, and here comes Scorecard Lil Red, and she's moving fast, and she's up to third as they go on by the half-mile mark and race on past the draw gate. Onto the final turn they go. Up front, it is Lose Amazon who has taken over the lead only by a neck, and Scorecard Lil Red is right there on the outside. The top two are matching strides midway on the far turn. Then Alibaba in third. True Fortune has taken to the outside from fourth, and she is 3 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 3. Calypso Moon in fifth, and Zora Moon is sixth as they go on by the 3/4 mile mark. Lose Amazon is on top. Lose Amazon is the leader, but Scorecard Lil Red is coming at her again from the outside. These two have opened up by 6 lengths back to True Fortune in third. Lose Amazon under urging from Casey Leonard. Scorecard Lil Red and Juan Franco right there. It'll be one of these two, and Scorecard Lil Red in her second career start is putting ahead in front, and she wins it. Scorecard Lil Red, Juan Franco a half length on the line over Lose Amazon in second, and Calypso Moon was across the wire in third. Time for the mile, 1 minute 56 and 4/5 seconds, 1:56 and 4. Scorecard Lil Red, your unofficial winner. It's always exciting each year to see a new challenger appear on the scene that did not race as a 2-year-old, and this is one of those examples. Scorecard Lil Red did not race as a juvenile, made her first career purse start a week ago, yesterday, and she won. Did you notice what she paid? She was 41-1. So she probably then on a $2 bet would have returned about $84, almost $85 and change. And she comes here today in the non-betting Violet Stakes. And this is the filly we talked about. She was a little bit stubborn over on the back stretch about going to the gate. Again, only her second start. The sights and sounds of race day are still new to this filly. But once she gets to the gate, Juan Franco, I think it's safe to say this filly's all business once she's at the starting gate. How about a hand for the winner, number 1, Scorecard Lil Red. This winning filly is by the reigning Illinois Trotting Stallion of the Year, Lou's Legacy. He has sired the winners of 9 races so far at the Suburban Downs Summer Meet. Congratulations, Green Acres LLC of trainer Greg Kane of Beecher, owned also by Mike Klimas of Oaklawn. This is a homebred for these connections, and Mr. Juan Franco saluting the crowd, raising his right hand as he climbs back on the bike. Scorecard Lil Red, your winner in race 5 in 156-4, and she is emerging suddenly as a contender in the Illinois 3-year-old filly trot division for championship honors. Full field rundown will be available, as will the fractions, in just a moment. Again, the final time, 156-4. Horsemen, you may come to the track with race 6, the Cardinal, Illinois bred 3-year-old pacing, colts and geldings. Race 6, come to the track. Here's the full field rundown and all of the fractions from race number 5. The rundown from the top of the page, Scorecard Lil Red, the winner. Lose Amazon was the runner-up. Calypso Moon 3, Alibaba was 7, Zora Moon 4, True Fortune was 6, Peekaboo Sal 5, and Stand By Your Man finished 8. The opening quarter, 28 and 1/5 seconds. The opening half mile, 57 and 4. 3 quarters, 126 and 1/5. And the time for the mile, 156 and 4. Reads down 123 746 58. Again, horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 6, no changes in this 6th event. waiting for Fox Valley Ramiro, and then we'll be set to go here in race 6. Horses are on the track for race 6, a division of the Cardinal Stakes for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old pacing colts and gelding, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. The purse, $24,850. No changes in race 6. Number 1, Gorgeous Big Guy, owned by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Mark Winship of Canton, Illinois, trained by Irv Miller. The driver is Cordarius Stewart. 2, Scrappy Coming Up, owned and trained by Leroy Hunt of Jackson, Tennessee, owned also by Milton Greer of Jackson, Tennessee. Cornelius Cabot in the bike. 3, Who's This Guy, owned by the Triple Z stable of the Filomeno family of Beecher, trained by John Filomeno. Wyatt Avenetti is up. 4, Fox Valley Ramiro, owned by Jim Cravens of Buffalo. Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. The driver, Travis Seekman. 5 is Fox Valley Julian, owned by Jim Hepp of Steelville, trained by Mike Brink. Casey Leonard is up. 6, Enrico Palazzo, owned by the Megan Rogers Racing Stables Incorporated of Chicago, trained by Nelson Willis. Driver, Juan Franco. 7, You Never Can Tell, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana. Devin White of Cotton Valley, Louisiana, trained by Tom Simmons. Atlee Bender will drive. 8, Mason Blazin, owned by Donald Laufenberg of Highland, Wisconsin, trained by Terry Leonard. Gary Rath, the driver. 9, Dr. Cruz, owned by Houston Racing LLC of Altamont of Kyle and Amy Houston, owned by John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois, trainer Amy Houston, the driver Kyle Houston. 10, Crescent Roller, owned by Catherine Ritzel of St. Jacob, trained by Darla Martin Lohman, the driver Matt Avenetti. They're at the post. Gate is rolling. The Cardinal officially became the state bird of Illinois when Governor Lewis Emerson signed it into law June 4th, 1929, a bill that was sponsored by Representative James Foster of Macomb. And yes, it was the result of another statewide vote from school children. The students statewide got to vote. They picked the Cardinal, and the governor signed it into law June of 1929. Here they come for the first division of the Cardinal 3-year-old colt and gelding pace. They are off and pacing. There goes Dr. Cruz, fires away from the outside, along with You Never Can Tell, who's got early speed, and Fox Valley Julian has speed as well as they head for the first turn. Scrappy Coming Up is up close in the opening strides. Gorgeous Big Guy, the reigning Illinois champion, gets away in third. Dr. Cruz has cleared all the inside traffic. He's against the rail, midway on the south turn to try to save some ground. He leads it by 2 lengths. Scrappy Coming Up goes second, 3/4 of a length. Fox Valley Julian third up on the outside. Gorgeous Big Guy is in fourth. You Never Can Tell is fifth. 27 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Who's This Guy is back in the 6th position. Fox Valley Ramiro is 7th after 3/8 of a mile. Crescent Roller is 8th. Enrico Palazzo moving to the outside from 9th. Got a lot of ground to make up from there, and Mason Blazin is last of the 10. Dr. Cruz is up front and showing the way past the half. Dr. Cruz a 3-length lead as he heads on past the draw gate. 54 seconds for the first half mile. 54 seconds. Dr. Cruz leads it by 4 lengths to the far turn. And Fox Valley Julian is in second position. Then a gap of nearly 4 more to Scrappy coming up in third. The champ is out and rolling. Gorgeous Big Guy, but he's fourth. And he's got 8 lengths to make up if he wants to catch Dr. Cruz. And he's only got a quarter of a mile left to do it. And Dr. Cruz has a 5-length lead. It's out to 6. He's turning for home off the 3/4 mile mark. Off the 3/4, they turn for home. It is Dr. Cruz. Gorgeous Big Guy is coming on, and the battle is on in the final 8th mile in the Cardinal. Here's Gorgeous Big Guy. Dr. Cruz is giving everything he's got. Gorgeous Big Guy's right at his throat latch. Dr. Cruz inside. Gorgeous Big Guy outside. Gorgeous Big Guy gets up to win it. Gorgeous Big Guy by a length on the line. Dr. Cruz with a valiant effort was second, and then Fox Valley Julian was another 10 lengths back in third. Three quarters in 1:20 and 3/5 the mile, 1:49 and 3. 1 minute, 49 and 3/5 seconds. Gorgeous Big Guy, your winner. For many years, longtime observers in Illinois racing have said we are so fortunate to have not only well-bred stock, but good racetracks on which to race them. And I know that my father and his contemporaries used to say, any day that you can race on that 1-mile track at the Illinois State Fairground, take advantage of it. So this Suburban Downs summertime meeting at Springfield and DuQuoin has produced some big miles. You take a lightning fast track and a champion Illinois bred, and you end up with a mile in 1:49 and 3. Folks, how about a hand for the newest sub-150 performer in the sport of harness racing, Gorgeous Big Guy. Gorgeous Big Guy is a 3-year-old gelded son of Ashley's Big Guy out of Gorgeous Ranger by Pallone Ranger, was bred and originally raced by Nancy Roach and Arthur Felton of Michigan, was purchased last September by Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and Mark Winship of Canton, Illinois, trained by Irvin Miller, and that is 7 wins for the meet. For Cordarius Stewart, he's tied for second in the driver's standings. That is 4 wins on the meet for trainer Irvin Miller, just 1 back of the leaders. 1:49 and 3. Gorgeous Big Guy. Full field rundown is coming up. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for race 6. From the top, Gorgeous Big Guy was the winner. Scrappy coming up finished 4. Who's This Sky finished 8. Fox Valley Ramiro 7. Fox Valley Julian 3. Enrico Palazzo finished 6. You Never Can Tell finished 5. Mason Blazon was 9. Dr. Cruz, the runner-up, and Crescent Roller finished 10. The quarter in 27, the half in 54, 3 quarters in 1:20 and 3/5. The time for the mile, 1:49 and 3. So quarters of 27, 27, 26 and 3, and 29 for the mile in 149 and 3. Reach down 148, 736, 592, 10. Seventh race on the way, a division of the Cardinal for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Horsemen come to the track with Gotta Go Graham, Love is Blue, Fox Valley Durham, Fox Valley Kodiak, Fox Valley York. Feeling like a captain, it's Rob Not Bob, Guitar Man Dreamin' of Being a Star, and Freedom's Playboy.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca. Own
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
77 through something like 7 or 8 different locations where they have been held. So it's not like they've been held at the same racetrack year after year and as part of the track media guide. But 149 and 3, we will do our best tonight to dig through the record books. If you're curious, what is the all-time record for an Illinois-bred 3-year-old pacer, colt or gelding? My boy David in 147 and 4 at the Illinois State Fair, and that was back in 2006. So 149 and 3, it's not a state-bred record. We will have to do our research regarding the stakes record. Bottom line, it has been rare in recent years to see sub 150 miles by Illinois breds. So that's a great moment for the program and a point of pride for Illinois to see that 149 and 3 posted today in the Cardinal. And heck, we're not done racing yet, more racing to come. Horses are on the track. Race 7, a division of the Cardinal for Illinois Conceived and Foaled 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Purse $24,850. No changes. Number 1, Gotta Go Graham, owned by Shelley Graham of Salem, trained by Tom Graham Jr., the driver Matt Avenatti. 2, Love is Blue, owned by Stephen McMacken of Marengo, Gary Rath of Marengo, Gary Rath, trainer driver. 3, Fox Valley Durham, owned by the Irvin Miller stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, of Irvin and Heidi Miller, owned by Jerry Graham of Salem, Illinois. The Ingle stable of Illinois of Marty Ingle of Northbrook, owned also by Lewis Willinger of Louisville, Kentucky. The trainer is Irv Miller, the driver Atlee Bender. 4 is Fox Valley Kodiak, owned by Nelson Willis of Beecher and Donna K. Kelly of La Plata, Missouri. Tom Simmons trains, Kyle Houston drives. 5 is Fox Valley York, owned by Ann Schneider of Petersburg, Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Juan Franco is up. 6, Feeling Like a Captain, owned by Brett and Candace Wilfong of Pendleton, Indiana. Nicole Wilfong of Anderson, Indiana, trained by Brett Wilfong, the driver Cordarius Stewart. 7, it's Rob Not Bob, owned by Robert Grismore of Freeport, Charles Knipp of Madison, Wisconsin, Neil Nordloff of Rockford, Illinois, Kevin Grismore of Westfield, New York, trained by Mike Brink and the driver Casey Leonard. 8, Guitar Man, owned by Douglas Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Mark Winship of Canton, Illinois, trained by Rob Redoff, the driver Travis Siekman. 9, Dreamin' of Being a Star, owned by Orva Bontrager Jr., Goshen, Indiana, Isaiah Schwartz of Bristol, Indiana, trained by Cassandra Adams, and the driver is Kevin Lambright. And number 10 is Freedom's Playboy, owned and trained by Kimberly Roth of Piatone, owned also by Uriel Romo of Crete, Illinois, and the driver Wyatt Avenatti. Headed to the gate for the 7th of our 13 races. Horses moving in behind the starting gate as we get ready to go here in race number 7, a division of the Cardinal. Number 9, Dreamin' of Being a Star, another example of a 3-year-old that did not race at 2 but comes in today off a fast win, breaking his maiden at Hoosier Park in 152 and 4 a couple of weeks ago. They are at the post, and the gate is rolling for race 7. Eighth of a mile from the start. Here they come. Often pacing in the Cardinal, it's Rob, not Bob, goes out for the early lead. Fox Valley York is there. Fox Valley Durham has early speed. Gotta Go Graham kicks in, down toward the inside. Gotta Go Graham from the rail, saves the ground around the first turn and has the lead. As Fox Valley York drives up on the outside, Fox Valley York now takes the lead. Freedom's Playboy on a break while racing in 5th against the rail. Everyone circles around to the outside. Freedom's Playboy drops out to last. Fox Valley York is the leader. Here comes It's Rob, Not Bob as they move on by the opening quarter. 26 and 1 the time. 26 and 1 for the quarter. It's Rob, Not Bob to the lead. Fox Valley York is in 2nd. Gotta Go Graham is racing in 3rd. Fox Valley Durham is in 4th. Fox Valley Kodiak is traveling in 5th and takes toward the outside. Guitar Man moves up with cover behind that one from 6th as Dreamin' of Being a Star comes next for the move up the backstretch, is near the back of the pack, nearly 9 lengths off the lead, and is followed by Love is Blue, who moves up 1 position against the rail. Feeling Like a Captain is 9th on the outside in 55 and 2, and Freedom's Playboy is last against the rail after breaking stride on the first turn, 10th and last. Into the final turn they go. It's Rob, Not Bob against the rail, leading it. Gotta Go Graham has come off the rail, moves up on the outside, puts ahead in front, and here comes Dreamin' of Being a Star. That pacer is swinging out 3 wide. Guitar Man is also coming. 123 and 4 at the 3 quarters, 123 and 4. Here's Guitar Man storming up on the outside to try to get the lead from Fox Valley Kodiak, who's there to the inside. Guitar Man, Fox Valley Kodiak, and then Dreamin' of Being a Star, who's 3 lengths away in third. It is Guitar Man to the lead and Guitar Man to the winner's circle. Guitar Man wins it by 2 lengths on the line. Going to be close for second. Either Fox Valley Kodiak or Fox Valley Durham for that runner-up spot, and then a gap of 8 more lengths back to Gotta Go Graham in fourth. (1:51 and 3) the time for the mile. 1 minute 51 and 3/5 seconds. Number 8 Guitar Man, your unofficial winner. Horseman, you may come to the track with race 8. Recapping the fractions in race 7, 26 and 1 at the quarter, 55 and 2 at the half. 3 quarters, 123 and 4, and the mile, 151 and 3/5. Guitar Man, your winner. Well, Guitar Man picks up the win in this division of the Cardinal in 151 and 3. Equals his lifetime best taken last year as a 2-year-old at DuQuoin. Some Star Somewhere, the sire of this 3-year-old, who's a gelded son of that reigning Illinois Stallion of the Year, My Sharona the Dam by Real Desire. Congratulations to Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, Mark Winship of Canton, Illinois. Man, they have a couple of strong sophomore pacing geldings to their credit, and that gives each owner, Overheiser and Winship, 4 wins for the Suburban Downs meet. Moves them into a tie for second. Rob Ridoff, the trainer. Travis Siekman now with 8 wins on the meet. How about a hand for the winner, Guitar Man? Tim Searle and Lillian Alexander unfurling the red blanket with the white lettering and trim in front of Guitar Man, who wins for the 8th time in 14 career starts. A graduate of the Illini Classic yearling sale, sold here on the state fairgrounds for $20,000 as a yearling a couple of years ago. And congratulations again to breeder Diana Wilson. Some Star Somewhere having a big day. We saw him sire several winners right off the bat in the 3-year-old filly pace in the Violet, and sires another winner here in the Colt and Gelding division. Some Star Somewhere sired the first 3 winners on the card, adds another one here for 4 winners on the day. Here's the full field rundown for the 7th race. It's official from the top. Gotta Go Graham finished 4. Love is Blue was 7. Fox Valley Durham 3. Fox Valley Kodiak, the runner-up. Fox Valley York finished 5. Feeling Like a Captain was 8. It's Rob Not Bob finished 9. Guitar Man, the winner. Dreamin' of Being a Star 6, and Freedom's Playboy 10. The quarter, 26 and 1. The half in 55 and 2. 3 quarters, 123 and 4, and the mile 151 and 3. Reach down 473-258 916 10. Eighth race, a division of the Cardinal for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. No changes in race 8. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Trying to remember the story, and I bet you Elvis Presley fans will remember. Someone told me the other day, Guitar Man is the title of a song that Elvis Presley sang, and I think it was maybe featured in one of his movies, and there was some kind of controversy. Maybe Jerry Lee Lewis, someone like that, had written the song. Elvis wanted to use it, wanted to sing it, wanted to feature it in the film, but wanted to have credit for writing the song, and I think the original songwriter stood his ground and said, no, I wrote the song, I want credit for it. Somehow they got it all worked out. But if you're an Elvis Presley fan, bottom line, that name Guitar Man probably means something special to Elvis fans everywhere. Race 8 coming up. Bread. So, I know we've got a lot of fans of pop and rock music in the Illinois harness racing industry. So it was the Guitar Man by Bread that Diana Wilson had in mind when she put that name on this 3-year-old pacer. Either way, good name. Horses are on the track, the 8th of our 13 races, a division of the Cardinal for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings, again sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture for a purse of $23,650. There are no changes in this 8th race. Number 1, TVS Cosmac, owned by Jerome Daniels of Springfield. David Williams of Byron, Mississippi, trained and driven by Jerome Daniels. 2, Shady Maple All-Star, owned by Ivan Hawthorne of Winsboro, Louisiana. Jade Hadfield of West Haven, Utah, trained and driven by Mike Brink. 3, Lou's Private Eye, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, LLC of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco. Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Steve Searle. Casey Leonard drives Lou's Private Eye, the champion juvenile trotting colt from 2023. Number 4, Fox Valley Parker, owned by Catherine and Gary Rath of Marengo, trained and driven by Gary Rath. 5 is True Cash, owned by Jerry Graham of Salem, Doug Overheiser of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, trained by Irv Miller, the driver Cordarius Stewart. 6 is Dooleyville Lou, owned by Randall Dooley of Hidalgo, trained and driven by Harold Finn Jr. 7 is Dashing Durango, owned by Dr. Stephen Rennert of Hamilton, trained by Jill Brown, the driver Chris Brown. 8, Fox Valley Nautica, owned by Kevin and Keith Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, and Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller. Wyatt Avenatti will drive. And 9, Hope's Star, leased by Frank Thigpen of Crystal Springs, Mississippi. The trainer Roshan Trigg, and the driver is Jordan Patton. Horses headed toward the starting gate for race 8. It's been fun receiving text messages from members of the Illinois racing community offering their thoughts and viewpoints on pop and rock and the greatest guitar players of all time. Heard from Brent Titus. He said, indeed, Jerry Reed wrote the song Guitar Man that Elvis Presley popularized. And Brent said, if you're going to talk greatest guitar players of all time, he said, I would have to put Jerry Reed on that list. And again, over the course of the years, we've learned the men and women of Illinois harness racing, they are music aficionados. And whether you're talking Elvis Presley, Jerry Reed, the group Bread, it's always fun to get the viewpoint, the perspective of the men and women of the racing community. Headed to the post, race 8. A reminder, representatives of the Illinois Racing Board are on hand today and tomorrow here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds at the backstretch offices to help process license requirements in advance of the Illinois State Fair at Springfield, the DuQuoin State Fair at Downstate DuQuoin, and the Hawthorne Fall Meet. Harness racing meet for the Illinois State Fair at Springfield opens up on Thursday, August 8th. Right now, here they come for this division of the Cardinal for 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings. They are off and trotting. There goes Hope Star along with Dashing Durango from the outside, and Lou's Private Eye is right there down toward the inside as they sweep into the first turn. Lou's Private Eye and Dashing Durango. Dashing Durango now clears with the lead, gets over to the rail. Lou's Private Eye will go second. True Cash is third and settles against the rail there. TVS Cosmac is racing in fourth. And then Fox Valley Nautica, who is fifth around the first turn against the rail right toward the center of the pack, followed by Shady Maple All-Star, who's against the rail in sixth. 31 seconds for the opening quarter, 31 flat. Hope Star is seventh up on the outside. Fox Valley Parker is racing eighth off the first turn, and Dooleyville Lou is last of the nine, nearly a dozen lengths from the lead after 3/8 of a mile. Back up at the front of the field, Lou's Private Eye, the leader. Lou's Private Eye leads by a length and a half. Dashing Durango is right behind him in the second position and is followed by True Cash in third as they move by the half-mile mark. Here's Fox Valley Nautica, first up on the outside, moves up fourth on the outside of TVS Cosmac, who's back toward the inside in fifth as they head past the draw gate. 102 and 3 for the first half mile, 102 and 3. Lou's Private Eye is the leader. Here comes True Cash. True Cash is just off the leader's flank, moves up second and a half length. Dashing Durango is in third. Fox Valley Nautica angles toward the outside, moves up with cover in the fourth position around the turn. TVS Cosmac in fifth. Hope Star is in sixth. Shady Maple All-Star is on the outside seventh. Past the three-quarter, Lou's Private Eye is on top for Casey Leonard. 131 and 4 the time. 131 and 4, and Lou's Private Eye is opening up with every stride. 4, 5 lengths to the good as True Cash is second as they drive for the wire. And then Fox Valley Nautica another 5 lengths back in third. No catching. Lou's Private Eye, the champ, wins his division of the Cardinal for Casey Leonard. Lou's Private Eye won it by 3.5 lengths. It was True Cash home second, Fox Valley Nautica was third, TVS Cosmac was fourth, and Dooleyville Lou, give that colt credit, he rallied up the inside from last to grab fifth. Time for the mile, 159 and 3. 159 and 3/5, Lou's Private Eye. And a heads up to our Winter Circle photographer, Patsy Fryman. The courtesy car will be coming with members of the Flacco family, so they will be here shortly. In fact, right now, midway around that north turn and on their way to the Winter Circle. Flacco Family Farms, the owner and breeder of Lou's Private Eye. 4 wins at the meet for the Flacco family as owner and as breeder. 10 races now won by offspring of Lou's legacy so far, just 4 days into this Suburban Downs summertime meet. This 3-year-old colt is out of Band's One I Love by Band's Gold Chip. Steve Searle, the trainer, and that is 12 wins now for Casey Leonard, including 2 today. And his 12 wins lead all drivers thus far on the meet. Just day 4, however, of a 28-day summertime meeting. Lou's Private Eye named the champion 2-year-old trotting colt of 2023 in Illinois, and he has come back strongly, going 3 for 3 to start his sophomore campaign. Into the winner's circle, owned by the Flacco Family Farms and bred by Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, of Dr. Richard and Arlene Flacco and Rick and Tabby Flacco, trained by Steve Searle and driven by Casey Leonard. How about a hand for number 3, Lou's Private Eye? 4 wins as owner for the Flacco family. That moves them into a tie with Doug Overheiser and Mark Winship for second right now at this very early juncture, behind Lester Detweiler, who leads the owner standings with 5 victories. Lou's Private Eye now takes up his residence in the winner's circle. There is the Cardinal blanket, declaring 2024 Cardinal champion. Again, the time for the mile, 1:59 3/5. Greatest private eyes of all time on television. My vote, Joe Mannix. I would rank Joe Mannix at the very top of the list. Paul Drake on the Perry Mason show would probably be a close second. There's some other great ones, though. Barnaby Jones, Cannon, Frank Cannon, so many great private-eyed characters over the years on network television. And in Illinois, our private eye is Lou's Private Eye. And here's the full field rundown for race 8. TVS Cosmac finished 4th. Shady Maple All-Star 9. Lou's Private Eye the winner. Fox Valley Parker finished 7. True Cash the runner-up. Dooleyville Lou finished 5. Dashing Durango 8. Fox Valley Nautica 3. And Hope Star was 6. The quarter in 31 seconds. The half in 1:02 3. 3 quarters, 1:31 4, and the mile, 1:59 3. Last quarter in 27 4, reads down 4:91, 7:25, 8:36. Ninth race is on the way. No scratches, no driver changes in race 9. Always fascinated me that Joe Mannix could get into a fist fight and never get his hair out of place. Always wore his sport coat and his tie. He was always a gentleman, and no matter how many rough and tumble confrontations he had with the bad guys, he always looked immaculate. Race 9 coming up. I love pop culture at the races, and I believe our own Leanne Shin just cast a vote for Jim Rockford, the Rockford Files. That's a good call. We left out Jim Rockford off our list of TV detectives, private eyes. Another member of the racing community says you forgot Magnum PI. There's another popular one from the 1980s, if memory serves. Magnum PI, good old Tom Selleck. Horseman, a heads up, there is an issue that has developed with the mobile starting gate, which is positioned at the end of the backstretch over by the draw gate. And while that mechanical issue is being addressed, our racing office staff has asked us to ask you to please wait in the stable area before you come to the track with race number 9. We know some of you already have, so we apologize for the confusion. But for those that have not already come to the track, just a heads up, we could be looking at a delay here of at least a few minutes as the mechanical issue with the starting gate is addressed. While we're waiting, here's a vote from another member of the racing community, Kojak, Telly Savalas, famous for the line, "Who loves you, baby?" Well, there's an excellent TV detective. And we had a question also, what about female private detectives? Why does your list have to be all male? That's fair. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is a fair question. Good point. Everyone that was coming to my mind from classic TV was, the old classic era with Paul Drake and Joe Mannix and right down the line. But that's fair enough, sure. Absolutely. While we are waiting, looking ahead to race 10, here's a late driver change. In race 10, on number 3, Senorita Mouse, Cordarius Stewart. That's race 10. Number 3, Senorita Mouse. It is Cordarius Stewart. So that means Kyle Houston drives the 8 Dandies M&M as originally programmed. Just got another vote for Columbo for favorite network TV detectives, the great Peter Falk, who absolutely made that a memorable character. By the way, happy birthday to Kelly Bell. Just received word that today is her 23rd birthday, attended her first race at 4 days of age as her mom and dad were racing at the Jasper County Fair in Newton. So this was in Kelly's blood from the get-go. Happy 23rd birthday to Kelly Bell. Had a note about, as far as TV lawmen were concerned, Barney Fife, the deputy sheriff for the Andy Griffith Show. And again, if you're just tuning in, just joining us, there's another good one, McLeod, Dennis Weaver. What a fantastic actor he was. Dennis Weaver, who starred in the McLeod TV series. Probably got his big break originally as Chester on Gunsmoke, and then from there went on to star in McLeod. And Dennis Weaver also memorable for that one of Steven Spielberg's first big projects, that made-for-TV movie where Dennis Weaver portrayed the guy driving across the country that was being pursued by a tractor-trailer driver whom he had angered And Dennis was a great actor. McLeod, absolutely a great private detective show. Ninth race coming up. Again, horsemen stand by. We are continuing to address the issue with the starting gate. As soon as that is resolved, we will call you out. But again, stand by. Issue with the starting gate has been resolved. The gate moving into position over near the quarter pole. Horsemen. Doing a test run here just to be sure, but it looks like that things have been resolved. The wings fully extended, so now they're going to do a test run down through the home stretch. We talked about this at DuQuoin last week. It's not just a matter of getting the wings on the gate to extend and to retract, but you've got to be certain that they will do so in the expected fashion at the rate that you expect that to happen. So that's why the starter is testing, closing the wings now. And again, the idea is to make sure that those gates not only close, but close in a timing in keeping with what the starter and the horseman will expect when the race gets underway. By the way, as we continue the tests of the starting gate, which is now down on the south end of the racetrack, we had mentioned when Guitar Man won his division of the Cardinal Stake, bred by Diana Wilson of Martinsville. Diana has a yearling Time to Roll half-sister to Guitar Man, and that filly's name is My 409, and that filly has been consigned to the Illini Classic yearling sale on Labor Day, September 2nd. We mention that because we've also seen a lot of winners today coming from the folks at Fox Valley Standardbreds, and there will no doubt be siblings to those winners offered in the Land of Lincoln sale on Saturday, August 31st. So put those dates on your calendar. Saturday, August 31 at Walker Standardbreds in Sherman, and Monday, September 2nd, right here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds for the Illini Classic. Horsemen, you can come to the track. Horsemen, you may come to the track for race 9. We just talked to our starter, Roy Finn, and the starting gate has been put through its paces. We are set to go. Come to the track, please. Race 9, Shady Maple Ace, Lose Mandalorian, Little Chipper, Lose Gambler, Shattered Dreams, Denbo, Tear in My Beer, Jewels for Champ, Fireball's Pride. You may come to the track. Horses are on the track for race 9, a division of the Cardinal Stakes for Illinois-bred 3-year-old trotting colts and geldings, sponsored by the Illinois Department of Agriculture. $23,650, the final stakes race on the card. 13 races total here today. No changes in the 9th race. Number 1, Shady Maple Ace, owned and trained by Tander Saltzgaver of Fisher. Wyatt Avenatti is up. 2, Lose Mandalorian, owned by the Flacco Family Farms of Alexis, trained by Roshan Trigg, Juan Franco on the bike. 3, Little Chipper, owned by Larry Longnecker of Sumner, trained by J.D. Finn, the driver Jared Finn. 4, Lose Gambler, owned by the Flacco Family Farms, trained by Jill Brown. Casey Leonard will drive. 5, Shattered Dreams, owned by the Victory Lane Farm of DeWitt of the Banks family, trained by Roland Hennert. Scott Banks is the driver. 6 is Denbo, owned by Dennis Gardner of West Salem and trained by Desiree Seekman, the driver Travis Seekman. 7, Tear in My Beer, owned by Mike Brink of Springfield. He is the trainer. Mark Brown of Chatham is the co-owner, along with Jeffrey Clausen of Macomb and Dr. Robert Lacey of Nokomis, Cordarius Stewart in the bike. 8, Jewels for Champ is owned by the Irvin Miller Stable of Wind Gap, Pennsylvania, Irvin and Heidi Miller. Louis Willinger of Louisville, Kentucky. Engel Stable of Illinois of Marty Engel of Northbrook, trained by Irv Miller. Atlee Bender will drive. 9 is Fireball's Pride, owned by Chuck Doring of Brownstown. Darla Martin Lohman of Effingham, trained and driven by Darla Martin Lohman. Issues with the starting gate are once again being addressed. By the way, our thanks to horseman Mike Brink, who has come trackside to assist. Mike does have some background as he has a gate of his own, and we appreciate all the efforts that are being made. As you will recall, at DuQuoin, there was a program last week where we used the gate as essentially a pace car because of difficulties with getting the wings to extend and retract in a timely fashion. So that was an option at DuQuoin a week ago yesterday. We'll get word here in just a moment from our starter and see where we stand. Stand by. Starting gate is now in position at the quarter pole over at the north turn, and again we appreciate everyone's patience, and we are ready to go here with race number 9. Final stakes race on the card, and more racing to come after that. 13 races total. Been great to have everyone present for a big day of racing, over $200,000 in stakes money today, and again our thanks to the Illinois Department of Agriculture. Putting a bow on the package, final note on that discussion about private eyes. Someone sent us a list of female private eyes made famous on TV. Remington Steele, Charlie's Angels, Jessica Fletcher. The last name portrayed by Angela Lansbury. Good list. At the post, gates rolling, 9th race. 2nd day of summer, 4th day of Suburban Downs, downstate. Good to have you with us. Here they come. They are off and trotting. There goes Tear in My Beer out for the lead. Lou's Gambler has early speed. Little Chipper up close to the opening strides. Lou's Mandalorian is there as well. Fireball's Pride is going to drop out to the back of the pack and get down toward the rail into the first turn to save some ground from last. But up front, Little Chipper is the leader. Little Chipper leads, but there goes Lou's Gambler. Lou's Gambler moves by on the outside and is the new leader before the quarter-mile mark. Little Chipper is in second. Lou's Mandalorian is third, and Shady Maple Ace is racing in fourth. Tear in My Beer is fifth. Denbo is sixth. 28-1 for the quarter. 28-1. Jules for Champ is moving up on the outside, moves up 2 positions from seventh. And then further back, it is Shattered Dreams who's next to last, and Fireball's Pride is trailing for the move up the back straightaway. After 3/8 of a mile, here comes Little Chipper. Little Chipper drives up to the outside of Lou's Gambler, and Little Chipper is the new leader past the half. Leads it by a length as Lou's Gambler will go in second. Lou's Mandalorian third. 57 flat for the first half mile, 57 seconds flat. And Lou's Mandalorian now moves to the outside from the third position and up to challenge for second, a length and a half off the lead. Shady Maple Ace takes to the outside and moves up with cover in fourth. Jules for Champ is in the outer flow of traffic and is still in the fifth position and 7 lengths off the lead. Little Chipper leads past the three-quarter, has the lead out to 3 lengths. Lou's Gambler second. 1:26-1 the time, 1:26-1. Little Chipper, 5 lengths to the good, turning for home. Lou's Gambler second. Lou's Mandalorian is in third, and then Jules for Champ. Jules for Champ is still fourth and is off stride. Jules for Champ is off stride. Little Chipper is the leader. The lead is 3 lengths. Little Chipper to win his division of the Cardinal for owner Larry Longnecker and driver Jared Finn. Little Chipper won it by just over 2 lengths on the line. Lou's Gambler second, Lou's Mandalorian third, Shady Maple Ace was fourth, and Tear in My Beer was fifth. 1:55 and 4. 1 minute 55 and 4/5 seconds. Larry Longnecker has a good problem. He's trying to find the winner's circle. Larry, congratulations. He flashes a big smile, throws his hands up over his head, and he is now on his way downstairs as Little Chipper wins this division of the Cardinal. Recapping the fractions of that ninth race, 28 and 1 at the quarter, 57 at the half, 3 quarters, 126 and 1, and the mile, 155 and 4, new life record for unofficial winner Little Chipper. One of the greatest things in all forms of horse racing, you see it in the springtime during the Triple Crown races in the thoroughbred world on TV, and you see it right here today, is when an owner wins and in the excitement realizes, how do I get to the winner's circle from here? And as we said, that is a good problem to have. And it's fun to see the smiles on the faces of all of our winners today, including Larry Longnecker, who is now joining his winning trotter in the winner's circle, Jared Finn, with the winning drive. How about a hand for Little Chipper? This horse served notice last summer at DuQuoin with a win in 157 and 2 that he was a contender in this division. He's come back strongly, as shown in this performance today. Bred by Timothy Zare, trained by J.D. Finn, driven by his son Jared. Deep Chip, the sire of this 3-year-old, who's out of Wilma, Can Go by J.M. Van Gogh. And again, Larry Longnecker of Sumner, the owner, here to see his trotter capture this $23,000 stakes race. Tim Searle offers his congratulations down trackside. Full field rundown is coming up. Sumner, Illinois, down in the southeastern part of the state, not too far from Bridgeport and Lawrenceville, just across the state line from Vincennes, Indiana. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for the ninth race from the top. Shady Maple Ace finished 4. Lose Mandalorian 3. Little Chipper the winner. Lose Gambler the runner-up. Shattered Dreams finished 9. Denbo was 7. Tear in My Beer finished 5. Jewels for Champ was 8. Fireball's Pride 6. The quarter 28 and 1. The half and 57. 3 quarters 126 and 1. The mile 155 and 4. Reads 431, 297, 586. 10th race coming up. A reminder, the driver for number 3, Senorita Mouse, Cordarius Stewart. Number 3, Senorita Mouse, Cordarius Stewart is the driver. And again, Kyle Houston will drive the 8, Dandy's M&M, as originally programmed.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. OnGate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Heard from our friends at Fry Guys, the concession food truck over on the backstretch, and they tell us they'll be closing up shop at 4 o'clock. So if you would like something to eat or to drink, swing on by Fry Guys concession truck in the backstretch stable area. Currently it's 3:08 p.m. They will be closing up at 4 o'clock. Keep that in mind. Plan accordingly. Horsemen, come to the track, please. Race 10. Also, horsemen, the Illinois Racing Board will be closing the license office at 3:30, so you've got about 20 more minutes for today if you want to begin the license process for the Illinois State Fair at Springfield, the DuQuoin State Fair, and for the fall meet at Hawthorne. Of course, the IRB will be back in the office tomorrow, but again, they will be closing up shop at 3:30 today, 20 minutes from now. We were just having a chat in the grandstand about the USTA documentary film called Last Time at DuQuoin. The final time the Hambletonian was held there, 1980, the win by Burgermeister, and such an emotional day with Bill Houghton winning the race with his late son Peter's horse. Just amazing. The emotion and the storyline for what turned out to be the final Hambletonian at DuQuoin. But we occasionally have folks ask, where can I find that documentary film? If you go to youtube.com and in the search field enter Last Time at DuQuoin, and you will not be disappointed. The USTA did a tremendous job with that production. Horses are on the track for race 10, even though the stakes races have wrapped up for the day. Still some great racing to come, including the 10th race, pacing fillies and mares, non-winners of $10,000 in their last 5 starts. Illinois Conceived and Foaled allowed a $12,500 threshold, $6,500 the purse. A reminder, Cordarius Stewart drives 3, Senorita Mouse. Number 1 is Scorecard Dandy. Scorecard Dandy, horse that comes from the immediate maternal family of world champion Mini Me, one of the all-time great Illinois breds. And he is still doing quite well. Mini Me, alive and well. And that is great news to hear. Scorecard Dandy is owned by Green Acres LLC of Beecher of Greg Kane, owned by Mike Klimas of Oaklawn. The trainer is Greg Kane, the driver Juan Franco. Scorecard Dandy, the reigning champion, Illinois, pacing mare age 4 and older. The 2 is Red Clover, owned by Carol and Diane Hayes of Williamsville, trained by Carol Hayes, Wyatt Avenatti in the bike. 3, Senorita Mouse, owned by Benita Simmons of Springfield, trained by Tom Simmons. Cordarius Stewart will drive. 4, That's Cash, owned by Thomas Lowinger of Platteville, Wisconsin, trained by Jamaica Patton, Michael Cox, the driver. 5, Sleazy Mama, owned by the Engel Stable of Illinois LLC of Northbrook of Marty Engel, trained by Nelson Willis. Casey Leonard is in the bike. 6, Wild Eyed Girl, owned, trained, and driven by Randall Finn of Hidalgo, owned also by William Clark Jr. of Casey. 7 is the former Illinois State Fair aged pacing mare champion Skeeter Machine, Jim Greer, in attendance here in the grandstand. He's from Peoria. He's the owner. Nick Prather trains and Travis Seekman drives. And 8, Dandy's M&M rounds out the field, owned by the Walk on Water Acres LLC of Altamont of Richard and Bethany Finn, owned by Houston Racing of Altamont of Kyle and Amy Houston. Amy Houston trains, Kyle drives, headed to the post, at the post over on the north side of the track now, and the gate begins to roll. Top of the stretch. Here they come. They are off and pacing. There goes Dandy's M&M and Skeeter Machine out for the lead. Scorecard Dandy has early speed as well. Red Clover gets away in the 4th position. Senorita Mouse comes out in 5th as they head down into the first turn. Dandy's M&M sweeps up from the outside to challenge Skeeter Machine, who has the lead. Skeeter Machine already against the rail, though, saving the ground around the turn, and leads it by just 1 length. Dandy's M&M will drop over along the rail and travel a close second. Scorecard Dandy is 3rd. Red Clover is racing in 4th. Senorita Mouse is 5th. That's Cash is racing in 6th. And then Sleazy Mama and Wild Eyed Girl. 26 and 3, fast opening quarter, 26 and 3/5 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Skeeter Machine is the leader and shows the way by a length up the backstretch. Dandy's M&M is 2nd by just a length, and then Scorecard Dandy, the reigning Illinois champion, is in 3rd position and is followed by Red Clover in 4th as they go on by the half, with Senorita Mouse in the 5th position, still racing some 6 lengths from the front. 55 and 3 for the first half mile, 55 and 3. Skeeter Machine leads by a length over to the far turn. Dandy's M&M is racing 2nd by just 1 length. Scorecard Dandy is still in 3rd position. Red Clover is in 4th. Sleazy Mama moves up on the outside in 5th position. Senorita Mouse is 6th as they go to the 3/4. And now here's a challenge for the lead. Dandy's M&M up to take the lead as they go by the 3/4. Skeeter Machine is in the 2nd spot, and here comes Scorecard Dandy from 3rd. 1:24 the time at the 3/4. 1:24 they turn for home. Dandy's M&M has the lead and leads it by 2 lengths. Scorecard Dandy is still there, still trying, but still 2nd. Dandy's M&M and Scorecard Dandy 1-2. Dandy's M&M with the lead. Late charge Sleazy Mama. Dandy's M&M to win for Walk on Water Acres and Houston Racing in today's 10th race. Time for the mile, 152 flat. Dandy's M&M. New lifetime record, 152 flat. Recapping the fractions in race 10, it was 26-3 at the quarter, 55-3 at the half, 3/4 and 124, a mile and 152 flat. Number 8, Dandy's M&M, your unofficial winner. Houston Racing, with that win, moves into a tie for second in the owner standings with 4 victories. Amy Houston, the trainer, goes back to the top of the trainer standings with her 6th win on the meet. Kyle Houston with the winning drive. The winning pacer, Dandy's M&M, is owned by the Walk on Water Acres LLC of Richard and Bethany Finn of Altamont, and by Houston Racing LLC of Kyle and Amy Houston, also of Altamont, bred by A Piece of the Action LLC. Career win number 15 for this 5-year-old Fort Knox mare. How about a hand for number 8, Dandy's M&M? 152 flat. Dandy's M&M enters the picture as a contender for honors later this summer at the Illinois State Fair in the Age Mare Pace Division. And that is a talented field from top to bottom that she just defeated in today's 10th race. Full field rundown is coming up for race 10. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for race 10. From the top scorecard, Dandy, the runner-up. Red Clover finished 5. Senorita Mouse was 7. That's Cash was 8. Sleazy Mama finished 3. Wild-Eyed Girl was 6. Skeeter Machine 4. And Dandy's M&M, the winner. 26-3 at the quarter, 55-3 at the half, 3/4 and 124. And the time for the mile, 152 flat. Reads down 257, 836, 41. Dandy's M&M, a graduate of the Illini Classic yearling sale. Race 11 is on the way, a division for pacing fillies and mares. There are no scratches in race 11. Horsemen, you may come to the track for the 11th race. Moving into the latter stages of the program, just a few more races to go. A reminder, we're back here tomorrow, 12 noon, for the first post here tomorrow. Another good card lined up and ready to go as Suburban Downs Downstate Summer Meet will continue. Our presiding judge today has been Brad Dye, our associate judge Dan Poprosky. Charter is Mark Brown, our data entry technician Leanne Shin, our timer Alvin Siebert, Linda Brown handling the photo finish duties. Roy Finn is our starter, Tim Becker at the steering wheel of the gate with our outrider Lacey Tunyes. Our thanks also to Dwayne Wells. Our identifier Tina Schrock, she's our director of operations as well. Emma Schrock has been our paddock judge. Our office administrator is Marietta Walker. Dr. Kate McBurney of the American Association of Equine Practitioners is our veterinarian. Eric Sievers, our farrier today. If you need horseshoeing done, contact Tina. She will help you get scheduled with Eric. Trackside photographer Patsy Fryman, assisted by Lillian Alexander. And of course, our ambulance service once again today is courtesy of our friends at America Ambulance. Winter Circle assistance provided by Tim Searle. ATS, Audio Technical Services, our audio technicians. Don't forget the folks at Fry Guys getting ready to close up shop at the concession truck over in the stable area. And our live stream courtesy of Trot and Pace Marketing, www.trotandpace.tv. Our sponsor, the Illinois Harness Horsemen's Association. About another 30 minutes until the folks at Fry Guys will close up the concession truck in the stable area, so horsemen plan accordingly. Race number 11 for pacing fillies and mares with a Trackmaster rating less than 70. Other conditions may also apply. We've talked about the fact that a Trackmaster rating is just a handicapping tool that a lot of folks who are fans of harness racing have begun using. It's just another way to rank or rate a horse beyond simply a winning time or a beaten time. There are no changes in race 11. Number 1 is Trident Born, owned by D&J Racing Stables. Duncan and Jacqueline McLean of Terry, Mississippi, Jamaica Patton trains, and Cordarius Stewart drives. 2 is Lucky Dottie, owned by Carolyn Wiley of Glenwood, trained by Mike Perrin, J-Mo Molitor in the bike. 3, Martha Max, owned and trained by Dennis Brightwell of Cedar Lake, Indiana. Kyle Houston is the driver. 4, Look Kimbo, owned by Eldon Hall of New Carlisle, Ohio, trained by Don Bray, Casey Leonard in the bike. 5, Paradise Tomorrow, owned by Kevin and Daryl Miller of Arthur, Glenn Otto of Arthur, and Lester Detweiler of Sullivan, trained by Kevin Miller, the driver Wyatt Avenatti. 6, Ideal Dancer, owned by James Jenkins of Carthage, Mississippi. William Meredith of Kosciuszko, Mississippi, trained by William Meredith, he's the driver. And 7, Lion Virgin, owned by Gary and Catherine Rath of Marengo, Gary Rath, the trainer and the driver, headed to the gate, race 11. This reminder that Southeastern Rodeo Productions presents a rodeo today at the Multi-Purpose Arena here at the Illinois State Fairgrounds. Tickets are $27 at the door. Dressage. If you like dressage, centerline dressage at the Coliseum here at the State Fairgrounds tomorrow and Sunday. Of course, we go racing here tomorrow at 12 noon. This reminder, the Illinois County Fair Circuit gets ready to fire back up. The kickoff event of the 2024 campaign for the Northern Illinois Colt Association takes place Sunday, 12 noon, Henry County Fair at Cambridge. And then on Monday and Tuesday, post time 6:30 each evening for the Illinois Big Ten Colt Stakes at the Jasper County Fair in Newton. Coming up next weekend, the Suburban Downs Downstate meeting will shift back to the beautiful DuQuoin State Fairgrounds in Southern Illinois. Full summer of racing, and we are starting to kick into high gear in the schedule. Right now, the horses are approaching the starting gate. Starter calls for race 11. At the post, gate is rolling. Always good to have Dean Cates in the house from Mount Pulaski, one of Illinois' leading harness racing fans, joining us here today in the grandstand. And right now, Dean and the rest of us looking on as we get ready for the 11th of our 13 races. It's been good to have all of you with us here today. And again, whether you join us on site at the Illinois State Fairgrounds or through our friends at Trot and Pace Marketing, great to have you on board. Here they come. They're off and pacing. Ideal Dancer goes right out for the early lead. Martha Max has early speed as well, though. Paradise Tomorrow is away between that pair and third. Trident Born comes out in the fourth position. Look Kimbo is away in fifth. Lion Virgin is in sixth as they thunder into the turn. Lucky Dottie is last of the seven as they all settle against the rail and go single file. William Meredith on top here early with Ideal Dancer and leading it by a length and a half. Martha Max will travel in second by a length past the quarter, and then Paradise Tomorrow is racing in third. 28 seconds for the opening quarter, 28 flat. It is Trident Born who travels in fourth off the first turn, and up the back stretch, Look Kimbo, and then Lion Virgin and Lucky Dottie, who is last of the seven. So Ideal Dancer shows the way, and Ideal Dancer leads it by just a length. First to step out of line as they approach the half-mile mark, well, that's going to be Paradise Tomorrow. Third, second, and now going to the lead. Paradise Tomorrow on top, and Trident Born is on the move as well. Takes to the outside and moves up with Look Kimbo right behind her, although Look Kimbo is still some 6 lengths from the front. 58 for the half, 58 seconds for the first half mile. Onto the far turn they go. Paradise Tomorrow has made the lead, gets over next to the rail to save ground around the turn, leads it by a half length, but here's Trident Born. Trident Born begins to draw alongside the leader. Gap of 3 more lengths. Look Kimbo continues to pick up the leaders in contention now, 3 lengths for the front. 1:26.1 the time at the 3/4. Trident Born on the outside, Paradise Tomorrow on the inside. Look Kimbo is still third as they turn for home. Paradise Tomorrow, narrow lead. Trident Born comes at her again on the outside, and Look Kimbo is still there in third. Here comes Look Kimbo down the center of the track. Paradise Tomorrow puts in an awkward step, and Look Kimbo's going to take advantage. Look Kimbo wins it. Lion Virgin comes late. Look Kimbo wins it by a diminishing length and a half. Lion Virgin came late to grab second, and then Trident Born was third. Time for the mile, 1:55 and 1. 1:55 and 1/5. Look Kimbo, your unofficial winner. Horsemen, you may come to the track for race 12. Recapping the fractions, 28 for the quarter, 58 for the half, 1:26 and 1 at the 3/4, and the mile, 1:55 and 1/5. Number 4, Look Kimbo, your unofficial winner. Well, that's a driving triple today for Casey Leonard, and that gives him 13 wins so far on the meet for Suburban Downs at Springfield and DuQuoin. Look Kimbo is an Ohio-bred mare, 11 years of age. Don Ray, the trainer for owner-breeder Eldon Hall of New Carlisle, Ohio. This mare, an 11-year-old daughter of the $700,000 winner Feelin' Frisky. He in turn by Art Escape. Out of Look Annie by Look Sharp. 36 career wins for Look Kimbo. We'll snap that picture out on the racetrack. Not every horse is crazy about the narrow gap entering a winner's circle, and sometimes it's just best to take care of business right there on the home stretch. A hat trick for Casey Leonard. Look Kimbo, your winner. Here's the full field rundown. It's official for race 11. From the top of the page, Trident Born finished 3rd. Lucky Dottie finished 5. Martha Max was 6. Look Kimbo, the winner. Paradise Tomorrow 4. Ideal Dancer finished 7. Lion Virgin was the runner-up. The quarter 28, the half in 58, 3 quarters in 126 and 1 in the mile, 155 and a fifth. Reads down 356, 147, 2. That brings us to race 12. A reminder, the driver of the one Joni B, Michael Cox. Mike Cox, the driver of the one Joni B in today's 12th race. Horsemen, come to the track, please. One quick note, earlier today when Dandy's M&M won, and we talked about the fact that she's an emerging contender in that Illinois-bred age mare pace division, we received a text message from Richard Finn of Walk on Water Acres, the co-owner of that pacing mare, and he sends us a note. He says, by the way, that is actually Harper's horse. He said, I bought her for her. Everything she makes for Walk on Water goes to Harper's. Well done. One other follow-up note corresponding with Richard Finn by text. Richard sends along this follow-up message. Harper's Foundation is a foundation that's been established to assist families that suffer the loss of a child unexpectedly. There is a website that will be coming in the near future. And again, if you would like information on Harper's Foundation, feel free to talk to Richard Finn. Richard, thank you. Horses are on the track for race 12, pacing fillies and mares with a TrackMaster rating less than 70. Other conditions may also apply. A reminder, Michael Cox drives the one Joni B, the penultimate race on the card. Number one Joni B, owned by Thomas Lollinger of Platteville, Wisconsin. Jamaica Patton, the trainer, Michael Cox, the driver. Two Rock This Lady, owned by Ashley Tullis of Greers Ferry, Arkansas. Fabian Johnson trains and Cordelia Stewart drives. Three Candy's Fortune, owned by Brian and Candy Herzog of Beecher City, trained by Cornelius Cavett. Freddie Patton Jr. is in the bike. Four Sharia, owned by Freddie Finn of Newton, trained by Randall Finn, the driver, Travis Seekman. Five Itty Bitty Secret, owned by Sarah Potts of Grant Park, trained by Steve Searle. Casey Leonard is in the race bike. And six Revenge Rosie, owned by Lori Searle of Springfield, trained by Mike Brink, and the driver is Juan Franco. Race 12 headed to the gate. This reminder that if you plan to enter the Illinois State Fair general competitions, whether it's baking or hobbies or antiques or quilting or whatever it might be, the deadline is July 15. Your entry must be postmarked no later than July 15, or as you come to the state fairgrounds throughout the summer, over the next couple of weeks, you can swing by the Emerson building and submit your entry form in person. Always a lot of fun to see all the towns from around Illinois that are represented in those competitions. And don't forget, of course, harness racing gets underway here on opening day of the Illinois State Fair, Thursday, August 8th. We race again on Friday the 9th and Saturday the 10th. Take a break on the 11th, 12th, and 13th. Come back on Wednesday and Thursday, August 14 and 15. And as they say, that'll be here before you know it. The Illinois State Fair runs from August 8 through 18. Make plans now to be here. At the post, the gates rolling, race 12. Here they come. Off and pacing they go. Candy's Fortune goes out for the lead. Rock This Lady is right there with her in the opening strides. Joni B comes away in third. Sharia is in fourth. Itty Bitty Secret comes out fifth, and Revenge Rosie is last of the six as they sweep down to the south end of the course and complete the opening eighth of a mile. Rock This Lady is the leader. Rock This Lady shows the way. They line up nose to tail behind her along the inside lane. Candy's Fortune is in second, and Joni B is racing in third, and then Sharia in fourth. Itty Bitty Secret and Revenge Rosie at the back as these six pacing mares work their way off the quarter in 29 seconds flat. 29 flat for that opening quarter. Rock This Lady leading Candy's Fortune by a length off the first turn and up the backstretch as Joni B works along in the third position. First horse to move, well, that's going to be Itty Bitty Secret. Itty Bitty Secret, fifth, fourth, third, second, now moves up within a length of the lead. Itty Bitty Secret halfway home here in race 12 moves up on the outside, challenging Rock This Lady. Candy's Fortune behind that pair third, then Joni B and Revenge Rosie as they head on past the draw gate, and then further back, Sharia is last. 59 seconds for the half, 59 for that opening half mile. Itty Bitty Secret has made the top, clear with the lead, and is against the rail now for the move around the far turn and leads it by a length. Rock This Lady is second. Here's Candy's Fortune taking to the outside from third, 2 lengths off the lead, a quarter mile to go, gap of 2 to Joni B in fourth, Revenge Rosie fifth, and then Sharia, who's last of the six. Itty Bitty Secret is the one to catch and leads it by a length and a half. 1:27.3 the time. 1:27.3 at the 3/4. Itty Bitty Secret leading Rock This Lady with Candy's Fortune still third on the outside. Joni B is trying to find an opening. Joni B is fourth and now third and now second, but Itty Bitty Secret has her by a length. Here's Joni B. She's going to make a final try. She's coming up the inside, but the wire's coming. Itty Bitty Secret hangs on. Itty Bitty Secret hung on by a neck, but Joni B made a valiant try coming up the inside and was a close second in today's 12th race. Time for the mile, 1 minute 56 and 4/5 seconds. 1:56 and 4. Itty Bitty Secret, number 5, your unofficial winner. Horseman, you may come to the track, race 13. Itty Bitty Secret, a 3-year-old filly by Party at Arts Place, a horse that stood at stud at the Mary Lee Jeffers farm with a lot of success in Flat Rock, Illinois. And this Party at Arts Place 3-year-old filly has been lightly raced. Today, only her 9th career start, but her 2nd win and a new lifetime record in 1:56 and 4. Congratulations are in order to owner Sarah Potts of Grant Park, the breeder Adele Jeffers Everett. A training double today for Steve Searle, who now has 4 wins on the meet, and 4 winning drives today for Casey Leonard, who leads the driver standings with 14 victories. Into the winner's circle. How about a hand for number 5, Itty Bitty Secret, 156-4. Tim Searle, the courtesy vehicle driver today, offering his congratulations, posing next to winning driver Casey Leonard. Tim, will we see you at Henry County on Sunday? He says thumbs up to that. We're looking forward to it. The NICA, Northern Illinois Colt Association, that is always a lot of fun, and looking forward to working with Tim there, who will serve as the presiding judge for those races Sunday beginning at 12 noon. Well, here's the full field rundown for the 12th race. From the top, Joni B, the runner-up. Rock This Lady finished 3. Candy's Fortune was 5. Sharia finished 4. Itty Bitty Secret, the winner. Revenge Rosie, 6. 29 at the quarter, 59 at the quarters, and 127-3. And the mile, 156-4. Reads down 235-416. 13th and final race on the way. Scratch the 1, Lou Sangreal. Number 1, Lou Sangreal is scratched because she is sick. And horsemen, you may come to the track for race 13. One thing about horsemen, there's a reason they got into the sport, because they are fans of the sport at heart. And we point that out because trainer Jamaica Patton was watching from the grandstand as that 12th race concluded, cheering on Joni B from his barn, who was a closing second. And he looked up and he flashed a smile and nodded his head and said he was pleased with her performance. It's not always about just the wins. It's always fun to see the horseman's reaction. As long as the horse gives an honest, good effort, generally they're going to be happy. 13th race coming up.
Indispensable. Maximum exposure, the best sales marketing tools. The easiest way to sell your horse for top dollar. The wave of the future. Since holding their first sale 20 years ago, OnGate.com has become harness racing's leading marketplace, with over 13,000 registered users buying and selling racehorses and bloodstock through daily online auctions. Browse listings for free and buy your next racehorse at OnGate.com. On Gate, we've changed the way the business works.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Thirteenth and final race of the day is on the track and getting ready to head to the starting gate. A reminder, scratch the one, Lou Sangreal. Number one is scratch. This race for trotters, non-winners of $10,000 in the last 5. Illinois breds and fillies and mares enlarged a slightly greater threshold. Also, eligible conditions may also apply. Number one is scratched. Again, Lou Sangreal, scratch sick. The 2 is reigning champion Bell Boots, owned by Kelly and Tony Bell of Windsor. Matt Avenatti, the trainer driver. 3, Aunt Priscilla, owned by Robert Silberberg of Farmington Hills, Michigan. John Schwartz Jr. of Wooddale, Illinois. Jim Eaton trains. Casey Leonard drives. 4, Caballo 6 is owned by Delbert and Ruth Burkett of Ellery, trained by Delbert Burkett, Travis Seekman of the bike. 5, Just Another Bag, owned by Autumn Perryman of Crispin, trained by David Avenatti, the driver Wyatt Avenatti. 6, Zion's Really Chilly, owned by Alan Petrie of Carrollton. He's the trainer. Kyle Husted will drive. 7, Noble Prize, owned, trained, and driven by Doug Graham of Springfield. And number 8, Rock Party, owned by Chupp Racing Stable Incorporated of Crete of Merv and Kelly Chupp, trained by Merv Chupp, the driver Juan Franco. Headed to the gate. Been great to have you with us today, folks, and hope you can join us here tomorrow, 12 noon, post time, for more Suburban Downs at Springfield. Been quite a day here at Suburban Downs at Springfield. We saw a mile in 1:49.3 in the Cardinal for 3-year-old pacing colts and geldings by Gorgeous Big Guy. We saw a mile in 1:54.3 by Whiskey Lou in the Violet. That mile ranks as the fastest trotting mile so far of the Suburban Downs summer meet. And of course that 1:49.3 by Gorgeous Big Guy, the fastest mile overall. so far, just 4 days into this race meet. Also, both Whiskey Lou and Gorgeous Big Guy became the first horses to win 3 times at the Suburban Downs meeting this summer. So congratulations to all of our winners today, and right now getting ready to crown one more winner before we wrap up. They're at the post, the gates rolling, race 13. Headed home shortly to hit the record books and see if that mile by Gorgeous Big Guy was indeed a stakes record in the Cardinal. Hope to be able to tell you when we gather here tomorrow. Here they come, Trotters, race 13. Off and trotting they go. Rock Party and Zion's Really Chilly have early speed. Just Another Bag is right there, and Caballo 6 as well is up close as they head down into the first turn. Just Another Bag is 4 wide and gunning for the lead. Just Another Bag moves up and takes a narrow lead from Caballo 6, who is second. Now Caballo 6 against the rail saves the ground, moves up and has the lead a length. Just Another Bag is in second. Aunt Priscilla is third. A gap of 3 more lengths back to Bell Boots in fourth. Zion's Really Chilly is fifth. Rock Party is sixth. Noble Prize is seventh. 27-1, a quick opening quarter. 27 1/5 seconds. Just Another Bag was 4 wide for the first eighth of a mile of that opening quarter, and finally got to the top and now opens up by 3 lengths for Wyatt Avenetti. Just Another Bag shows the way up the backstretch. Caballo 6 second, a length and a half. Aunt Priscilla is third. 4 more lengths to Bell Boots in fourth. Zion's Really Chilly is in fifth. Rock Party moves up to the outside sixth. The Noble Prize is last of the 7. 55-4. Solid pace here to wrap things up this afternoon. 55-4 seconds, 4/5 seconds for the first half mile. Here comes Caballo 6. He's moving to the outside from second, but Just Another Bag is the leader. A half length separates the top two. The New Jersey bred Caballo 6 is second up on the outside. Then a gap of 2 more lengths back to Aunt Priscilla third. Bell Boots sneaks up the rail to closer fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. 1:25 the time at the 3/4, 1:25 they turn for home. Caballo 6 has taken the lead by a length off the far turn, and here comes Aunt Priscilla to the outside. Bell Boots is moving up and looking for room. She's there in second and moving to the outside, but Caballo 6 has her by a length. Bell Boots is right there, though. Aunt Priscilla's coming late. Look at Bell Boots. Here she is, a final try. Oh, that's close, but I think Bell Boots may have gotten her nose in front of the wire. That is close. Bell Boots may, in the final stride, may have poked her nose in front. We're going to defer to Linda Brown, our photo finish technician. Photo for the win. But Bell Boots, with a final lunge, may have gotten the job done. We'll check the photo. (1:55.2), the time for the mile, 1:55.2. Waiting for result of the photo. While we await the result of the photo finish, it was 27-1 at the quarter, 55-4 at the half, 3/4 in 1:25, and the mile 1:55.2.
Don with Trot and Pace here. Remember, once again, do not trust this footage. Whatever you think you see as the winner may or may not be the winner. I am about 10 feet off the wire, and that angle can skew what you see. We will wait for the official result from our photo finish technician.
The winner is indeed number 2, Bell Boots, your winner in the final race on the card. The winner by a nose is Bell Boots. Lou's Legacy, the sire of this reigning Illinois champion. There is Kelly Bell, the co-owner of this filly. And again, happy birthday today to Kelly Bell. What a way to wrap up your birthday, Kelly. That's a lot of fun. Matt Avenatti, your trainer driver. Kelly owns this trotter with her mother, Tony, based in Windsor. And Tony is the co-breeder with Freddie Patton Jr., as Bell Boots has won for the 10th time in her career. And how about that? A new lifetime record, 155-2, a very pat on the neck from Kelly Bell to her filly, Bell Boots. Stand by, we'll have the full field rundown for you in just a moment. Four winners today for Lou's Legacy, 11 races won by offspring of Lou's Legacy altogether through the first 4 days of Suburban Downs at Springfield and DuQuoin. Leads all sires, 11 race wins for his offspring. Here is the full field rundown. It's official for race 13. Lou Sangreal was scratched. Bell Boots, the winner. Aunt Priscilla was third. Caballo 6 was the runner-up. Just Another Bag was 6. Zion's Really Chilly 5. Noble Prize 7. And Rock Party finished 4. 27-1 at the quarter, 55-4 at the half. 3 quarters in 125, and the mile 155 2/5. It reads down scratch 1-3, 265, 7-4 as the Distaffer beats the males here to wrap things up in race 13, Bell Boots. Folks, that'll do it for today. But thanks for being with us. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow, 12 noon Central Time for the first post. And once again, we'll be live on Trot and Pace Marketing, www.trotandpace.tv. Thanks for being with us. For now, on behalf of Suburban Downs and their entire management team, we bid you good afternoon.